area.
I got some spring jobs I should be doing out, not even doing them.
Oh, it shouldn't be spring yet either. We haven't had winter.
Been trying to take down a barbed wire fence. Should have had it done a month ago. Oh, wow.
Thank you, appreciate it. You're not eating?
Not yet. We might be here a while.
Yeah, we're gonna be
Go
here.
back for seconds.
Everyone laughs. Yeah, we might. It's kind of long.
I was thinking we should make sure that we're giving everybody adequate time, right? Like, it's usually us that makes it go over for others, so.
It's true.
Okay. Marta, are you ready?
Yeah, you're okay.
Are you in charge?
I am for just 2 minutes until Andrew shows up, I guess, which is a scary thought. It's a good thing it's only 2 minutes. Okay, well, welcome everybody out to our our county, Weber County Planning Commission work session today. We'll go ahead and get started. Let's see. We're still doing minutes though, right? Oh, we're gonna do everything. So, yeah, okay. Please join us in reciting the pledge. I'm sorry, I should have waited for you. No, you're good.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, looks like everybody, who are we missing? Sarah, I know Sarah's here too, so she's probably gonna straggle in. She was upstairs in a pre-meeting, different meeting, I should say. Andrew's on his way, and the only one we don't have that I don't know about is Kyle. Right?
Yes, Kyle won't be here.
Okay, so Kyle, we'll excuse Kyle, I'm assuming the other two. Okay, minutes from 12:2 and 12:9. Everybody have a chance to review those? Any questions, concerns with those? Okay. I don't remember in this meeting, I have too many meetings. Do we motion to approve minutes in this one?
Just a meeting or name.
Okay. Everybody okay?
Yeah.
You good with them?
Yep.
Okay, no opposition, we'll take it. Minutes are approved. Okay, any public, any comments from the public that are not on the agenda? All right, nobody wants to speak.
Nobody ran for it.
Good, all right. Remarks from planning commissioners.
Just one, looks like they're working on the lift station out
Yes.
our way.
Yep,
Looks like they're having fun getting under the river.
indeed. It's a bit of a challenge, but it's nice to see some work being done out there.
Yeah, that's
Um,
good.
Like to thank Stephanie for all the work she's done on that, and it's been her baby for the last 4 years, so it's nice to see some movement, and hopefully it will help with some of these other developments.
Is the gas line still a go?
That's still a question mark on that one.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's all I got. They got a light out west,
Yeah?
4,700. They got one
Oh, that
at
is true.
5,900.
I haven't been out
Got
that far
construction
yet.
light.
But it's still.
They
It
light
actually
forever.
helps the whole way along. It surprises me.
Is it?
Because it breaks it up one way, one distance coming from that
Yeah.
direction. For all three of the speeders coming.
Last four
Makes
songs
sense.
on the radio.
4 songs?
Yeah.
That's a long light.
Because it's the construction. So true. Do they have a pilot vehicle as well?
No, just the
Okay.
light.
All right.
That's all I got.
Okay. Any other, Cammy?
No.
Uncle Jed?
I mean, so talk to me a little bit,
Okay. Rick?
So on March 10th, we're going to have a joint meeting. We haven't had one for quite a while with the county commissioners and with you guys. So they're wanting to come down just a half an hour early on that day. Sarah, this is March 10th. We're going to do a joint work session with the county commissioners. And that would start at 4 o'clock, and so we go from 4 to 5, and then that day we probably won't have a pre-meeting. if we do get over with them before that time, we can, but if you guys have any major, items you'd like to discuss with them, just bring those and we can talk with them at the table. We'll just do it right here in the break room, so.
You say the time one more time.
So March 10th.
March 3rd, I think.
Oh, March 3rd, thank you, Marta. She always keeps me in line. March 3rd from 4 to 5.
Okay.
That's a Tuesday. So that'll just be our regular meeting, but.
Just starting in a half hour.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. Does that work in your guys' schedule? March 3rd.
Anything for Weaver.
It's our,
regular meeting
yep, yeah. So.
at 4 o'clock.
4 o'clock. Yep, so we'll do a 4 to a 5 and then just start a regular meeting.
And Marta will send us an invite.
She will.
Cool.
Yep. And that's all this boy's got. Andrew, were you gonna make it to the field trip? I talked to everyone else next Tuesday. Okay, we're gonna meet here at 12:30 for everyone, and then we'll meet up at the base resort right next to the, it's basically just to the north of the country club for the golf course is Powder Mountain's headquarters. And they'll do it like a song and dance there, and then we'll catch probably, I think they're gonna provide a shuttle up to the resort.
So we're meeting at the base.
No,
We're
you're
meeting here at 12:30 and then
12:30.
we're going there.
Yeah.
Okay, just
And if
making-
if you don't want to ride up at 12:30 here, just meet at their place. It's right just north of the country club.
At one.
That one.
12:30 here next Tuesday.
Yep. And we'll send out invites
Okay.
and texts. So,
I like that.
okay, all right,
Stone Town.
Yo, yeah, you gotta live out of the phone.
okay. I got to be in charge of the text, Martis. Okay, that's all I have.
Thanks, Director. And we'll just back up really quick just to see if Sarah or Andrew have anything, just any comments from commissioners since you were in 3 meetings.
Because you're already.
Yeah, we've done it.
Mixed up.
We're just to Liam now.
We're mixed up in the minutes.
Was there some minutes?
They said that Commissioner Fox left.
We're not having a pre-meeting. Sorry, Sarah.
Sorry, it said that Commissioner Klontz left and it was when and so I could say that I voted, but it was,
Oh, okay, and I didn't notice that. Sorry. We're gonna go back a little bit to the minutes. Is that okay, Director?
You bet.
sorry.
No, you're
It's
good.
Charlie's fault.
It is. Did Cammy say something you don't like, Sarah?
No, it just said I
You
was
want
voting, but
credit?
it was
You
Cammy
want-
voting.
But it was
You
me
want to take
voting?
credit
Yeah.
for it?
I was like, I don't remember voting for that.
Where you been?
It wasn't voting.
And you like
Oh, it's the night you
a
had-
secret agent
Yeah.
now, we don't see him much.
Is that the second or the?
Been enjoying a little bit of time away.
Good for you.
Not really. I've been here in the office, just haven't had anything
I
for you
wouldn't
guys
have
to
been
work in.
here.
That was incorporated.
Which,
But just,
You on holiday?
just sitting back in my
You were there
office,
until we got
doing
to
stuff
the-
I want to do.
I didn't vote on the commission use permit, but that's part of the discussion.
Did you get that, Marta? Okay.
You good?
Yep.
Okay.
We'll get that taken care of.
Okay, so you saw that? That's all I noticed. Yeah. No, December 2nd is not our meeting.
Yeah, December 2nd is the Upper Valley.
Yeah, it was.
Oh, January, was it
It was only the 2nd and the 9th. I wasn't here on the 9th.
Maybe it was when Cammy wasn't here.
And neither of us were here.
Oh,
Oh, yeah, so we did Powder Mountain, and then the animal clinic, okay. And then we had discussion.
Right here on page 6, it says Commissioner Klontz was not, I was not present when the vote was taken.
But it kept saying when the vote was taken, but really we weren't there the whole
I
time.
wasn't there the entire time.
And it said that I voted for it, but I starting with the animal hospital CUP, I was not there, and then Cammy wasn't there the whole time. So I think that's the only thing I noticed.
Good.
Sorry, Chair, that I took over. Do you have any comments?
Good job. I should have just kept going.
Okay, we'll move to Liam.
No, sir. Carry on.
All right, thank you. All right, I guess we can adjourn to our work session now and turn the time back over to Chair Fillerup so that things can get done the right way. So, are we going to still go with this one, Director? You want to go with this order?
Yep.
So, Selvoy, you and Aaron, you're welcome to bring Aaron up if you'd like.
I'll let him.
Let him make faces behind you.
Why don't you both come up?
See how it goes? Like,
Is this like your evaluation night? Is that why
better not.
Especially if it's merit, right?
We'll see. All right. Good to be back in front of you guys. Thanks for taking the time to go over this with us and work through the process. I'm going to hand out the most recent drawing. I don't know if you've all looked at this.
Thank you, Liam.
Last time I had.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, thank you. Isn't this the same thing we saw last time, or very similar?
Well-
20 and 6 and 7 boxes.
Similar, but we made some significant changes. Give me a chance to explain.
Okay.
I've seen more on the steps.
Okay. So we did make some significant
Oh, okay, I
changes.
just see that.
You want to tell us what you see, Sarah?
An
What do you see?
alleyway, I see an alleyway.
And more importantly,
Well, these are really close together, as you know.
well, yeah, tell
Yeah,
us.
like-
We'll still work. We're working on, but you notice this? We got rear entry loads so that you have a front door on the public street.
Oh,
Just
here,
like
on this one, yes.
Just like you wanted.
I did want that.
See?
Really close.
We even named it after you.
We're gonna call it Stairway. Can we name it after you?
Don't do it,
Don't do it.
I don't want to go there.
So we feel like we made some significant changes from the last one. I just went out, we put on the public street, those are still townhomes, but those are rear entry townhomes, so that the front door is on the public street. We also took the lots on the east side of the road and made those for single family homes. Our plan right now is to make those side entry though, so that you still won't have the garages on the front.
Will they have like a shared access or something?
No,
Or-
they'll come in. I'm talking the one on the east side.
Oh, these ones here.
Those,
Oh,
but so
they'll have like a driveway there.
yeah,
like that.
those will have driveways on the side.
Okay.
And so those will still not have any garages on the front facing that public street. So we felt like that was a pretty big change. The units along 900 South are still going to be the mixed use. I know, Andrew, I know you had wanted much more commercial units, but we were looking in the code and we feel like these are still to the code and that this works better for our buyers. But what we did do is we made sure that the site corridor going through on that sidewalk extends all the way through to 900. The rest of them, we did try to make some more sixplexes. From the other drawings on the very north side of this part of the middle, we had some other single-family lots, and we extended the townhomes and put in so we could get the sixplexes and additional parking. And then those lots, the smaller to mid-sized lots on the north, the very north side of it's like 100 north. I think that's supposed to be 700. But anyway, whatever that on that very north street, those will be. We anticipate those will be shared driveways with side entry garages. So this is our latest and greatest. I say latest and greatest, but on Friday afternoon, Charlie and I got together, and he had a couple suggestions that I didn't have time to give to my engineer because he's out of town. But we had a few. Charlie had a couple suggestions that I think is, I don't know, it may or may not be easy to sort of imagine here, but one thing that Charlie pointed out, and Charlie, if you can correct me if I'm wrong, if I'm just grossly misrepresenting things here.
Just don't tell me how I feel.
What's that?
Just don't tell me how I feel.
Okay.
I'm just kidding.
This corridor with the sidewalk that runs north and south.
Pick your paper up and show that to me.
So this corridor that runs north and south. No, here, how's this?
There you go.
This corridor that runs north and south
Gotcha.
along that sidewalk is it's kind of the social center of that strip of townhomes. It kind of excludes, therefore, the next row over. And so what Charlie was suggesting was, well, maybe what we do is we switch things around a little bit and make those roads the sidewalks, and arrange it a little bit so that instead of having one corridor in the middle that's much more social, we maybe have two corridors that include a much more social feel for both parts of the development. And then we would
Is that better?
move the road, move this other road over, and then put another road on the far west side, so that these townhomes would have access. And I'll get with our engineer to put that together, but that was something that Charlie had suggested.
Let me see if I follow. So we wanted these two to be corridors?
Like, yeah, the
fronts.
sidewalks.
These would be the fronts, that would be an alleyway.
Right.
And then but then we end up with the back on the public street.
These would be flipped.
Oh, okay, flip
So
those.
flip those townhomes.
And then add alleyways here and here.
Well, no, this would have an alleyway, but this would have an alleyway. Well, these are still, this is still a road. These are pathways, road, pathway, road, pathway, road.
So this road would have
This
all
was-
the driveways right
Yeah,
here.
this would still, you would still get all your rear entry condos. This would not change. This would not change.
So these right now, oh, there's the public street, sorry,
Yeah.
I'm getting the public street confused. Okay, so this one, I see this over there.
Yep.
So basically, for the roads on the westernmost north-south roads, those would turn into pathways, and where the sidewalk is shown or the pathway is shown north-south would be the road, and then there'd be a road on the far western edge of the development.
And then we can kind of flip the access, flip all the houses so there's different access.
And the reason for that, I mean, South Sang Road, we would look at these as private lanes, glorified driveways, right? This is internal block. And normally we don't care as much about how the internal block looks as long as the external block that's facing the public realm is attractive. But our street regulating plan does show some public roads and alleyways coming to this area. And I thought, well, what if instead of them actually being roads, they're still public realm, but they're pathways? So the buildings that line that pathway would look like the front of those units. Now, for our sake, that would be the front door. For the developer's sake, that would probably be the back door. In fact, the homeowner, they're going to drive through the garage in the back, what we would call the back, they would probably call the front. If you guys have been to JDC Ranch now that they've been building, they've got a few homes that have two front doors. One front door faces the public court or walkway that all the houses front on, and then the other front door faces the street. Both of them have porches, and both of them are very attractive. And so this can accomplish, I think, what the developer's asking for in terms of front load, because they're seeing that from front load perspective, while the public that goes up and down that public pathway corridor, they see front doors, even though the homeowners might see them as back doors. We would just look for
Streets would be private, right? Because
They
they're
would-
still, they're
the
just
s-
alleyways.
The streets would be private, the pathways would be public.
But, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't even think there's 20 feet between the townhomes and that pathway.
That was going to be my question, is how much space is between
And
that?
those alleyways are only 22 feet wide, and I think our code, does the code allow a 22-foot wide alleyway? I don't think you can get your F-150 in and out of your garage in that.
Now, the form-based code requires 34 feet, but 10 of that is sidewalks, which, in these particular type of shared private lanes, you probably don't need sidewalks
No.
here, especially if immediately adjacent
Right.
is those pathways.
But I was just thinking 24 feet would be as narrow as I'd want to see an alleyway.
Yeah, and we could do 24.
But
Have you
it's got
had the chance, Sel, to talk to the fire chief?
I have not.
Okay. And the fire chief, he's told me he's willing to go even lower than that if it's a one-way street with parking restrictions on it. So that could be a possibility to look at safe space. I would agree, going down that narrow corridor is going to feel narrow, and so the wider we can get them, the better. Help that to feel like the public realm with what looks like front-facing.
But they will also
Building
still
facades.
have the 18-foot driveways with what we think roll that curve, which is, still has a much wider feel.
So 18 feet of driveway and then road.
Right, and then another 18-foot driveway.
So the roadway is 22 feet?
Right now, yeah.
I just think.
You're 24 feet by the time you get back to curb with your rolled curb. So
The back of F-150 to back of F-150
It's
is
20
not
feet.
wide enough to make it out of your garage. That's the
Yeah.
problem.
Yep.
I just, with this kind of density, I would expect more public space. I don't see one of these rows fitting. I just think it needs to be, one row has to be eliminated to make that walkway through the middle wide enough to be a public domain. And then we can let all of this breathe a little and function appropriately. But I think one whole row has to go so that there's actually a usable 1, 2, 3, 4 rows of housing.
Did you do that? I thought last week we talked about that.
We talked about,
F-150 is 20 feet, just over 20.
With the short bed, you get the longer bed, you get it longer.
True, yeah. Well, that was, I think it said it was.
25-foot driveways, I just think that's what's usable, and 18 feet, you might as well not build.
Well, I kind of think we don't need to design it for 150s or 3/4 tons either. I mean, let the market decide.
The market
The
has
small
decided, and one
people
in
with
every 3
small
homes
cars
has one.
will buy those with short driveways. And when they're saving $10,000 on it, it'll be like heaven.
Do you really think though that it'd be people with small cars, or you think
Yeah,
it's,
absolutely.
I can afford
I
this?
think
I'm
the
gonna
ones
drive
with big
whatever I
cars will
drive.
go out here where they can get on
I
the
don't-
big roads. I mean, it's just, let the market say. It's not, I don't think we're here to make the market.
I agree with that, but I also feel like if you do it smaller, I'm not gonna look at a house and say, oh, my truck doesn't fit there. I'm still buying that because that's what I can afford, and I'm just gonna leave the bumper out on the road. That's what happens. That's what we see already, right?
Every time home development has an F-150 in the middle of the road.
in the road.
And you know what I mean? That overhangs, right?
Hey, when these things have associations, they're policed tighter than any place in the county.
I'm sure it is, yeah, because your neighbor polices you, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Another way to help solve the problem, and this is going to sound counterintuitive, is to make the driveways even shorter. If you go to green,
Or just eliminate them altogether.
or
So that
eliminate
they're
them
not
altogether.
parking there
Mhm.
and put parking somewhere else.
But if you make them shorter, like 8 or 10 feet, you could still get a car parallel parked in there, and you can get a truck parallel parked in there. So is it Green Hills or Green, whatever the development that Nielsen put together over here in West Haven? We went and visited that a couple years back, and they've got the stubby driveways that you can get a car in sideways. I mean, it's wide enough to get 2 cars into a 2-car garage, but most people just park their car on the driveway sideways. And we were out there at a time, this lady walking around, we just wanted to know how she felt, because it was the planning division and the engineering division, and Gary in engineering kept on saying, this is terrible, who's gonna buy this? Look around, people live here. So we actually found someone who was walking around, and we went and asked her, and she said, well, I happen to be the HOA president, and everything is occupied, 100% occupied. It was almost immediately after, and so we asked specifically about, or immediately after they were finished, we asked specifically about the stubby driveways, and they said, you know, we had to make a choice when we moved here to not have the longer driveways, and so if we have trucks, we've got people who park sideways, otherwise we park them in the garage, or there's public parking out on the street in those areas. So they made it work, and basically the comment that she gave us was, we knew what we were buying when we moved in here. And they do have an HOA that she is in charge of making sure they do strict compliance checks and stuff like
But
that.
their extra cars are all on the public street, and she even said that.
Well,
We're trying to avoid.
I shouldn't say public street. Those were still private streets, but they did have parking, yes, on those streets.
So their streets are on, no visitors can come, so everyone's parking their trucks.
Which,
over
I guess that's a choice too, right? Like, my
Yeah.
brother-in-law lives in Farmington, there's no extra parking in his neighborhood, and he had their $2 million homes, right? It's the same situation. So I guess that's just a choice of where you want to live. I agree with Jed on how park. As far as the garage, how deep is the garage?
Width, what was the width?
Or, yeah.
I think Sarah mentioned 25.
Can you fit a full-size vehicle in
Could
the
we do
garage?
25?
You've got different size garage between the rear entry and the front entry, and I couldn't tell you exactly, but it's not intended to fit an F-350 long bed in it, I can tell you that,
Right.
because that's not the market for
I think
this.
Sarah's argument, correct me if I'm wrong, but is that the standard vehicle that most people in this area drive is an F-250, right? Or a
Yeah, well,
half-ton truck,
Basically,
or
there,
Yukon, or
yeah, it was like 1 in every 5 cars is the size of an F-150, or it's an Expedition Max or an F-150, and if it's 1 in every 5 cars, then that's pretty much 1 in every 3 homes. And so if we don't have accommodations for them, then they make accommodations the way they want to, which means a 2-car garage only fits 1 car, and then the other car is on a public street. And we really just don't want to have cars lining our public streets. It's a problem for maintenance, it's a problem for snow and things like
No,
that.
2 point, based on our layout, we have very limited space which you could park in our minds. Most of this gets red curb, and there isn't parking on the streets, period. Because we don't see how that facilitates or works for snow removal.
In the alleyways, for sure, yeah.
But even along your public street, because you've got front doors all along here, and you've got driveways, or you've got front doors on the other side, and that is the visitor parking. There just isn't very much of it, so.
which, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
To your point, if we're talking about those statistics of being the car that everybody's 1 in 5, are we looking at just people in these types of residences or everywhere? Because if you're including like my type of residence and that's 1 in 5 in there's plenty of those homes still for those people, right, that want that big. So then that wouldn't really factor in as being a problem for this
I
development.
think it was Salt Lake, like, in general.
Everywhere in Salt Lake,
So how-
which
I'll
is
have to
it's
look
really
at-
mixed review.
Yeah, I mean,
It's really
it's-
mixed as far
yeah.
as types of housing.
Yeah, so I'd have to look at that, and I'll find the statistic again. I think it was like Salt Lake, and then we changed it slightly to Weaver County. But, I mean, just drive down the road in Weaver County, and people will adjust for it, but a garage that doesn't fit the cars that people drive is not going to house the cars that people drive, and it doesn't serve the purposes of a garage. And that's the problem for me, is that, well, why build a garage that doesn't fit cars? We're just lining our streets.
Well, I think it goes, from our standpoint, it's gonna be to an affordability issue. We are making smaller homes, we're forcing people to drive smaller cars because that's what fits our price point. that's gonna that happens here. A good friend of mine did exactly what you're talking about. He bought a house, lived there a few years, went and bought a truck. Truck didn't fit in the garage. He took it back and he bought something smaller because he didn't measure his garage before he went and bought the truck. And was he frustrated? Yes, he was. But to your point, we have to accommodate for it. The subdivision, we have single family in here. You have a whole subdivision of single family next door. If you want, and that's an important component, there's product out there. We have another project that's bringing 450 lots there to accommodate that rate. This is really being driven towards a more affordable price point for out in the county where there isn't much of this product. And we are trying to limit and cater to a certain demographic. One of the things that's going to be different here, for example, we don't get a lot of electric chargers. We have the option in our single family. This is going to be more electric friendly because there is a higher market for that in these smaller units because people want that more efficient car. They are commuting. They're just trying to find somewhere closer that isn't in downtown to do that. This is where people are going once they get out of their apartments.
I'm not saying I'm for or against it, 'cause I'm still processing, but when he was talking about that, I'm thinking about when our big argument during JDC and some of these other is that we want people to be able to grow, stay in the same area, but start with something smaller and grow bigger if they want to, right? And stay in their community. This would hit one of those boxes that we were talking about.
And it won't give the same feel as JVC.
Right, yeah.
Because we don't have like, what is that, 180 acres or something to work with. So they could start big on the outside and work to the inside.
But it doesn't mean there's not another community that's already built or going to be built that's close to that.
Well, they're going
right?
Just like you said, right on the opposite side of it already.
Yeah.
It has single family dwellings. I don't know, there's probably 70 lots in there, isn't there?
We have 36 lots on the west side of this. You've got Harper Village or whatever it is on the north side of this that's going in. That's another 70 plus. So you've got quite a bit of bigger single family going in right around this.
Chair? Okay, so Charlie, I got a question for you. I want to get out of the detail a little bit for a minute and give you guys something to think about. When we talked before along 900, I still really am not a fan of this because when we went through the general plan process, Charlie, Rick, correct me where I'm wrong here. The vision specifically for this area being more of a city center was to have some commercial space here. And when we said here, we meant this circumference that was potentially going to be this city center at some point in time.
Mm-hmm.
So the density here doesn't bother me as much. I mean, this is not bad. If we rearrange these roads to Charlie's suggestion, I like that a lot better. I can tell you that. That's way more palatable to me than the way this lays out. But I don't like this out here in front. And if this is going to be a city center area, we're going to have walkability and path connectivity and places where people can go, because this product, to what you guys are telling me, and everything you've told me leads right into what I'm thinking. These people are going to be more efficient, so to speak, because of their income, where they're at in life. Well, what's more efficient than being able to walk and buy something that you want to go buy? You want a cup of coffee? You can go get that. You want a loaf of bread? There's a little bit. You know, this part here bothers me more than this back here, because this is going to get worked out. This part's not going to get worked out, and I don't like the way this looks out in front of this in an area that's supposed to be form-based with commercial out on a main road. So that's still a big sticking point for me, and if I'm wrong when I say that, because my vision when we did the general plan was that this area, for the most part, would not have just all complete living quarters from the ground, from the sidewalk level all the way up,
Right.
Especially along more main corridors.
Yep, that's right. So I think if I remember, well, a couple things. The mixed-use commercial comes in the first building on the western side of this proposal. most of that should probably be the mixed-use commercial. Beyond that, it actually turns to the multifamily. However,
Are you talking right here?
just talking about this, that one right there. My understanding, and you guys tell me if I'm wrong, is that these are supposed to be commercial storefronts shown right here. Is that
Are they?
right?
I didn't get that impression.
So what we're looking at is these are meant to be industrial units. We have them in other locations where you have a storefront look on the front, where you have a door where people, it's not a sliding glass door where it looks residential. It is a solid glass door with big windows. So if you're running your, accounting shop, your insurance sales shop, whatever, there is a space and there is a look and feel that is clearly different than a residential unit. And so
I think
that's what's intended.
I think we need renderings to have a look at what that looks like, because these are street oriented and intended to be commercial. The ground floor level does have some minimum design standards in
Right.
form base to make them look like
Form
that.
base calls that out in the code itself, and we're looking to, granted the back is a garage that's serving upstairs, but, we have the parking on the front because we're intending people to show up, go in and use it for whatever that use is.
So then ground level on these is intended for commercial use?
Yes,
Okay.
and
I think that's
we're
what you
looking
told
at
us last time,
its
too.
own entrance, we're looking at a look that conforms to your code, because that is what's stipulated within your code. Its own bathroom, so that you're not doing something weird there. It's
Through a residence?
correct, it's supposed to be as kind of one standalone usable unit. Now, is it huge, and am I running a multi-employee business out of there? No. But is this a great, transition from the residential to more heavier commercial use across the street? And to help drive some of the commercial and get it started out there, we think that this fits.
So that, to that point. the
And is
size-
marketable.
So to the size of each one of these units, each one of these units represents a separate unit commercially and residentially.
Correct.
So on that bottom floor, these are connected, right? This is all one main building?
Yes.
Okay, so on this main floor, could it be that if someone had a need or commercial use for multiple parcels, so to speak, that those can be made that way?
That's a good question.
I
So
don't
They'll be sold
think-
shell, won't they? Just like all
Yeah,
pre-built
because
to one.
we're not getting into a.
Well, I'm looking at how small they are, and I'm thinking there might be somebody that needs a little more space.
So
Might
that-
be a bakery that needs a little more space because they've got a couple of
A
ovens.
bakery's not gonna fit in
No, this
this.
is
Yeah,
gonna
and
have a
that's
home
what-
office. It's gonna be a step up from a home office, probably, are these about 1,800 square feet footprint with the garage, so.
Like a single booth bar.
So you're probably like a 900
That's the whole
Yeah.
point,
That's
is to
exactly
make
what's
that lower
gonna-
floor so that it can be modified.
The
to
moment you do
accomplish-
that, though, we're changing our use and we're changing our building code. Because now I have to have fire risers and sprinkler protection.
Yep.
And it changes an enormous amount of things that, and I'm struggling to get that use to work on Washington. There's no way that use goes out there and is productive. It just won't get built.
Maybe it's the opposite. Maybe better out there. Everybody's moving away from Washington.
Does that
It
mean you're
takes a
gonna
lot of-
invest in that building?
you got your first buyer.
It does take a lot
And we'll
of
open a barber shop.
density to support consumer base.
Thanks, Casey. Always pulling
That's
for
been
me.
an issue that I've had with Ogden in general, being part of the discussions, is that there seems to be this push towards all these amenities and walkability, but then nobody wants the density to make it pencil.
What bothers me about this is over time, these are gonna be where people live, on that sidewalk level.
Well, that remains a possibility. The flip side is,
No, I don't want it to be a possibility, that's the whole point.
yeah, I
I thought there
understand.
was living quarters above these.
There is.
Above.
Well, no, but what Andrew's saying is that they're just gonna move downstairs too. That It's gonna be residential and not commercial.
How the kid needs a place to live, Jet.
Yeah.
So they did these
I
in
had five, I
Farmington,
know.
and it's taken 15 years, and now they have maybe 1 in 5 of them that's actually used for business. And they're right by a big transit hub. So right now in Ogden, yeah, they're not working. But the idea is that eventually it will become lucrative to use them. So it is, we're not really investing. I wouldn't say that's right now commercial investment. It's a future possibility to maybe transition. So I think you're right. Homes are going to move there. People are going to live in there until they're viable commercial.
But it kind of flies directly in the face of what the intention was here. Other than, now I realize, you've explained to me that it is potential commercial space. But two things that you hate to see with this. One, you don't want to see it empty, an empty commercial space. And two, you don't want it to become a residential space, right? So how do you try and remedy
Let me ask
that?
you this, Andrew, would you rather have a temporary residential space today than in 5 years have a commercial space show up and get used that way? Or would you have nothing?
I'd like to see something different, but
Those are gonna be the options from a marketability standpoint.
yeah,
I am
those
not
are
gonna-
your options. They're not our options.
Right.
So let's stop right there.
The option is, we put in nothing, and it continues to be weeds, or we put in something that can grow into this bigger vision that we have down the road.
But if we're trying to accomplish form-based, and this is our first swing at form-based in Western Weaver County. If we're trying to accomplish it, and it's not quite making the mark of what was the expectation of the general plan is, then where are we? Yeah, we can look at marketability, and that's fine, that works well for you, but is it what the expectation of the community that decided on the general plan has? And that's where this conflict is.
If you dive into the details of a form-based zone, you're spot on with what it addresses. It basically says the ground level needs to be post and beam construction so that it can be rearranged. So your walls can be moved and all that. If a dentist wants to move in and wants to change 2 units into 1 or whatever, that it could happen. There is definitely the building code side of that. So these are going to be much more expensive buildings to make that happen. And so we were kind of thinking if we could get a post and beam construction building with a commercial facade on it, maybe the whole thing could be used residential until the market comes around. And I think once the market comes around, once one of them goes on the market, it would be bought by a barber or by somebody else who would want to run a business out there. You just need to make sure, I 100% agree with you, that main level can be rearranged.
What's the likelihood that would happen?
We won't do that product though.
Yeah.
That won't work.
So I have something that might be a blend.
Not just, and do we do the rest of development and just dump that component? That's how we would proceed. Because I cannot, the building construction, the marketability of that, I'm not gonna put residential above it, under that kind of construction.
Yeah.
Because it just jacks my cost too high.
It's expensive to have open space with residential above. However, so when I'm looking at this, I'm seeing apartment density crammed into a townhome development.
That's not apartment density.
Just because, just looking at
We've
these
pulled out
offsets.
50 units from the last time you've looked at
The
this.
last time was super crazy, and this one's just crazy.
Apartment density's 24
We're going in the right direction.
Right.
Close.
So I would, I'm not as opposed to density as I am to how it's managed. And it is expensive to put apartments over commercial, but you could get more density if we did then put dedicated commercial space on the main level and apartments above. So we
this
can increase the density.
I've got a 13 plus that we've designed up here. My ground value is 0. So I've given 0 value to the ground. And I'm still losing money if I go vertical with
I don't think you could fill them,
it. We can't,
The commercial spaces or the apartments?
the commercial.
I can fill my apartments on this other one. I can't fill the commercial very well. And based on normal rents, I make 0 money based on my construction costs because of the increased kind of construction due to my firewalls, my fire risers, and everything that I've got in place. And that's with us pulling out the elevator and making it as simple and basic as we can.
So maybe
that-
it's reserve the ground for commercial and wait till it's viable and just build residential.
Bottom line is, if we go just commercial on that, we will value it at 0, we'll do everything else, and then we'll let it sit and mow weeds for the next 20 years.
Yeah, that's the option. But the
And
hard
we
thing
would rather
is
do that than be locked into a
something that's
mixed
not
use
viable.
house. I'm better off with just commercial on a single level, wood frame, stuff that, but to try and do multi-tier, we're 50 years too early.
And
If I can't make it work on Washington and on how the heck?
and that's the question though. It doesn't, we have to put pressure somewhere because people
Well, here's another thing
can
that,
only buy what they buy.
it's true, but the one thing that I've noticed is just the nature of commerce has changed. And so for us to think of moving forward the way we remember it when we were younger, because nobody's spring chicken here, but
Commercial is really
It's different,
service
though.
oriented. It's, we don't buy things anymore. It's all service oriented.
Yeah, and it makes our residential more valuable, so we don't, our commercial spaces and our dense residential are actually getting more even as far as their value in taxes, because we're getting tax revenue from our residential now because of Amazon. But, yeah, I mean, everything aside, even if you built this, it's just not enough space around it, I think, to survive. There's no driveways for these ones, so, and there's only 20 parking spaces at the most that I can gather once you do the handicap stalls, and maybe, there's not even one extra parking space per unit
That was
here.
gonna be my question. If
People are
it,
parking in the garage. So you're just, it's just business attendees or visitors that are parking.
so there's garages on the back side of this? Is that
Yeah.
correct? Okay.
Yes, and no driveway, and so it's very possible that those people will be parking in front of it.
So about how many square feet does that leave you on the sidewalk limit in the front of the garage?
I would need to look at your plans. to
There
see.
is no sidewalk.
I'll also
No,
point out though
he means the space that you have commercial space, enough for a barber chair,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Yeah,
You can
you're
spit
looking
across
at-
the room.
Yeah.
You're looking at a normal office size with, probably a little bit bigger for an office size, a standard office, and then a bathroom.
What's standard office size?
12 by 12.
Yeah.
That was my question, is the parking. Even if we did have, it's a perfect world, we're gonna have businesses that are thriving out there, where would people park? If you want them, the customers to park here, where's the residents parking? I realize there's garages, so that does help. But the islands that are on there, I was gonna ask if we needed that, because if parking is vital, I would say get rid of those, the little island divider things, whatever you call those. Maybe that's not possible.
That's
if
part of the
charter law.
code, I think.
Is that
That's part of the code.
How that-
Aesthetically, it makes a difference than
I
just
would
a
have to
road.
get rid of them.
Aesthetically or practicality.
I'll also point out-
we need to start looking more.
that road is 34 feet, and
900 south is.
no, the one the
Oh.
one behind, where those, the private roads behind those units, is 34 feet, and that actually anticipates
Not much.
another
Street side
10 feet.
parking on this side, but
I'm
we
saying-
don't have a sidewalk here or here.
No, but that's the one that has in the right of way, there's 5 feet on each side for walkway.
5 feet, so your road is only 24 feet wide?
Right,
one.
that's that,
24
we
feet,
put that in
that's
as the same width for the mid-block private road.
So do all these setbacks meet the code requirement?
Yes, and guess what? I'm so glad you asked.
Okay.
So, the setbacks is between 5 and 10 feet, and we actually put in, if you'll look up there on the public street.
Well, where's our magnifying glass?
I know, I didn't bring them this time, sorry. We actually put the maximum of 10 feet.
So it's a 10-foot setback.
That's
I
the
remember
maximum
we
we're
don't-
allowed
Right
under the
here.
code.
And so, but these homes that are facing each other with the sidewalk in the middle, it really is only 20 feet between them. So to give you a visual.
So say that again. So where's
See,
the 20 feet?
So this sidewalk with townhomes on each side of them, imagine, I'd say from me to that wall is probably a little over 20 feet.
That was gonna be my question. Why waste the money on
So-
concrete when people just want a little space for lawn and they can walk on the grass?
You
The
mean,
grass will
I know
look
Charlie doesn't
terrible.
wanna hear that.
you mean,
but-
you mean for the pathway? It's just,
Between these two townhomes, like,
it's just a question of whether or not that's public space. If you just put grass there, you're not inviting the public, you're inviting the homeowners to go play in the backyard, which is fine. That's a product,
just
and I think
have
it's a product that
be in
these guys would
grass.
rather have.
I think if I'm in that tight of quarters, living in one of these is one of my first homes. I like having people still go through there, but it makes it less invited to your little tiny porch. It's more yours. So I would be okay with not having that at all and just having it grass.
Keep in mind, on
Well,
on
it's
900,
only
you'll have
20
a pedestrian facility, and then the hope is that canal to the north will also be a regional connector pedestrian facility. You'll have the street that you can use to get north south there.
You walk a little bit further.
So I wouldn't think of it more as like the public pathway. Usually, when we see this type of design, it's more of it's their open space. It is their, and generally there's enough room that you've got a little sidewalk from a little entrance to your house and a sidewalk to get to your home. So the intent is people coming to visit are parking on the street or in these things, and then that sidewalk's just to walk to the front of your home. And and there's one on either side, and there's a grassy area in the middle for everyone to play in. So it creates like a courtyard for the residents
I do.
and their visitors. So
I still think it's a waste.
so
I think they're all going to use the street anyway, so why make them put a sidewalk in when people will be fine with grass? Personally, but it's just.
well, we're limiting how much grass we can put in all these areas, so it'll help us with watering, and the grass will die if everyone's walking on it. And then there's like mud to get to your house, or like snow, you want to get to your front door, you want to be able to shovel it.
They're all going to go to the crotch.
But my biggest
Live in these,
issue,
that's how it is.
my biggest issue is I'm standing here, this is a home, and that's the other home. That, to me, is not an adequate separation. So that's where I'm coming from,
How's the
saying these
sidewalk?
townhomes.
Oh, you're saying you want more space?
I want more space. I want more space.
I was going to say, the
It's too
sidewalk
tight.
isn't giving them more separation.
No, I'm not
Sarah
concerned
wants
about
this
that.
one. And spread
I
those
just don't think it's
that
feasible
whole
with
alley
the
and
townhome
spread them all out.
development
I see.
to crunch it in. I know we're trying to get affordable, but my contention is if we can't build something better than an apartment, let's not build it. Let's build quality apartments. Let's build a quality step-up townhome and a quality single-family home. Each density has its space limitations, and I'd like to see quality products in each one, and this one to me is too tight.
Are you defining
Speed.
quality then by the fact that the tightness of the units?
Yes.
Because we just did a project in Clearfield, where this is 11 units an acre. We did townhomes at 15 units an acre, and we're selling them well above $400,000 to be below.
And that's what scares me. We're paying over $400,000 for this. I'd rather people got something more for over their $400,000 than a front door 20 feet from their house and a driveway they can't park their car in and an alleyway they can't get to their driveway in.
My first home was $100,000. I get it, but that doesn't change the economics of where we're at and what it costs to build it.
Question before we get too deep into this. Charlie, does this, in our code that we wrote, 3 months ago?
I feel like it was a little more than 3 months.
That was a long time.
Wait,
However it
oh,
was.
do you mean the residential
Yeah.
codes that we're working on? So this wouldn't be in the R zone, this would be in the form-based zone,
Yeah.
So in our form base, does this pass?
generally.
Are we
so-
within our restrictions? So
There's
I
a
don't see
couple
how
of
we can
things.
ask too much when we've already established what we said we'd accept.
So there's a couple of things
There are a few
that,
things that don't meet.
yeah, that
A
don't.
few things.
How much
But-
code do we actually have, Charlie?
If we take out a whole unit
For
here,
West
that's
Weaver County.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's 1/5 of the density that we already said we'd give them.
Like, when you say how much code do we have, do you mean like?
How much code do we have for Western Weaver County for form-based?
We've got a fully functional form-based zone.
Are we using the one from the Upper Valley, or?
Yeah,
what do we
yeah,
have?
we just adopted the one from the Upper Valley. In fact, in today's meeting, last work session, we'll look at ways that we can make it more appropriate for Western Weaver as well. So what you have up on the board is the street regulating plan. Felix has kind of outlined the development. It actually comes here and across here. So this street here is the main street that goes north-south. And then if you were to get to the property just to the west of this, there's another street. So if you look on the western boundary of what they've shown, you'll have another row of houses, and then the other street that goes north-south, which would connect to Harbor Haven as well. And then in between, in the commercial and multifamily areas, you've got your mid-block alleyways that halfway through turns into a residential access street. The focus of form-based would be on those public spaces inside of there and inside of there. Once you get further inside of those blocks, that's kind of the, what was it, Black Pines architect said, he said, do what you're told out front, do what you want out back kind of thing. Out backs might be the ugly spot that all the cars are parked or whatever. Now, that's not necessarily what they're proposing here. Out back could also be where the where you pack in the density and hide it.
So you're saying this is a mullet neighborhood?
Party in the back.
So, but when we planned this form-based area, we assumed there'd be a park there, so we weren't concerned about requiring any sort of open space, but now it's just going to be 10 feet of grass here, 10 feet of grass there.
Oh, the green space over there?
Yeah.
We're still planning a park there. Hopefully it goes.
Okay, that would make me feel better about this situation.
I do like your idea about keeping the cement. How could you not have it cement and use that door in the winter?
Oh, access, just still sidewalk access.
So my logic on that pedestrian corridor cutting through the block, that was to replace essentially this alleyway, which could be for vehicle access, could be for pedestrian access. Completely replace that, and then their driveways that cut through here would just be that glorified shared driveway. So I think we would still need a development agreement to put some modifications on what the form-based zone says to make a product like this work, but I think it could work.
But it's not complying right now, I guess this does not comply.
It's not straight compliance, correct.
Yeah.
We'd have to have a development agreement that made the adjustment. The other thing to know about the form-based zone is it was adopted with the intention of providing fair governance for an area that is already chopped up into smaller pieces. Multiple landowners trying to help them and their visions kind of tie together. When we're looking at larger pieces like this, looking at it from a level of flexibility is helpful because they're looking at this, we've got a bigger piece to work with. And so some of the challenges between having multiple landowners agree on what something should look like goes away because you've got one landowner to work with. So that's kind of how I looked at that. Normally, we wouldn't want to see development agreements in the form-based area, but I would say that's when we're working with landowners that have small pieces where they're right next to each other. It really sets them up for success. But the larger ones, it's not too big of a deal to do a development agreement. That adjusts a little bit. So,
I have a question.
I'm not speaking in favor or against this, by the way, just the logistics of how it all works.
Charlie and Rick, in your networking with other planners, and I'm thinking of like West Point, Clearfield, all those where they have what we're suggesting to be on the front of this, where they have businesses underneath the apartment or whatever it may be. Are they working? Do you know? Have you heard?
So, well, I don't know what your experience is, Rick, but in my experience, the market won't pay for it until the market will pay for it, right? And so it either stays an empty space, an empty flat, just ready for someone to build on, or it is used as one thing with the intention of becoming another thing later.
I think we did one over on 3300 and
35?
yeah, and if you drive by there, they're really slow getting filled up.
Yeah.
That's West Haven, I think.
Yeah, but it's not the same kind of product.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
actually, that thing, they've actually built more there, and it is fairly full from what I've seen. I go by there.
Well, no, but it's real slow. I mean,
It's
they've been
slow.
there.
It
for
took
quite
us
a
a
while.
while.
But they've grown enough to be able to add more to it, though.
Well, I think,
So-
we're getting an Ogden Clinic right down the road. We're getting all these other things that are popping in, which, I don't know, I would assume that would help things like that as well.
Where are we going with Ogden Clinic?
2550 and 3500.
Huh.
Harrisville
Casey,
built a product like this, not full glass front, it doesn't have it has a townhome look, but it was built to be a flex space, and it is completely residential at the moment. They didn't have any, but that is how the Farmington one started. They did not have businesses for a while. So there is legitimacy to the idea that it can eventually function as commercial. It just may not function as the type of commercial you were hoping for.
Yeah.
But it does help transition. That's the concept.
It's that age-old question of chicken and egg, which one
Yeah.
comes
More
first?
doors,
And
that'll
it-
function.
Exactly. You have to have the rooftops and the doors before you're going to get the commercial to function properly. Even if we're looking at live-work type spaces. Live-work spaces are great, but I've never seen them fully function until you have the core of the residential area developed.
So,
Casey,
so like
the-
the ones in West Point where they have businesses in there, or do they have businesses in there? It's already built out, right? So I know that there's
I'd
the
have to go.
opportunity, but I don't know if you've heard
I'm
that
not sure on that one
They
specifically.
come.
they're in there.
But the form-based code already anticipates that question, and if you were to apply the form-based code exactly as it's written, then you would say that first 60 feet from the right-of-way needs to be reserved and open with no permanent improvements other than landscaping until commercial is ready to be there. If we were to work with these guys on the possibility of doing live work, we'd have to write that into a development agreement to allow that to go in that 60
Charlie, I
foot
thought we
space.
had the ability to do the live work as we proposed here within the form-based code.
As I read the code, it actually does specify live work townhomes specifically in that area. So
Upstairs.
I'll have to look at that again. As long as that base, well, actually, I think I see what you guys are saying. For this leg right here,
Yeah.
that whole base, so that first building would all need to have that commercial architecture.
As long as we're making that architectural look
Yep, and then these ones, as you get further past that half block, that you're right, you could do live work or just residential on that street right there. So that's where, if you look halfway through this project to the, if you're looking from the east to the west, halfway through it transitions from multifamily residential to mixed-use commercial. Mixed-use commercial requires the street oriented commercial. The multifamily residential or mixed residential allows the street-oriented commercial. It doesn't require it. So you're transitioning from residential over here to multifamily or mixed residential to mixed commercial. And that mixed commercial then goes to 4700 and then to the other side of 4700. So this one's kind of in a weird transition spot.
So I would have a concern with the halfway through, because if that's supposed to be commercial, these first units, I don't see how they
Are
would.
you talking about 900?
I'm talking about 900.
Okay.
The first bank of units, if that's where that red area falls, I'd have a concern with how that is going to be able to be viable commercial.
Yeah.
The area down below that, if that's where live work is, I could see how that possibly could work. It's going to be very small with a 12 by 12 office area, that being it. I still have a concern about that.
I anticipate that it is a little bit bigger. I just don't remember my floor plans on that.
Well, it just, they look all the same, but
So maybe it's that first bank, that first building, first bank of houses that doesn't go in, and the other ones do go in at a residential or a live work status. You still get the improvements on the street, and then you sit on the land until it
It's
flips.
that corner, so we have something. I mean, that's the thing, when we put residential in, it's there for 100 years. Commercial flips in like 25, 30 years a lot
Right.
of times. So once we put that commercial in, I mean, that residential in, we lose our ability to put commercial in
Without
later.
tearing them down.
Without tearing them down, which is very expensive, and so it's not viable to tear them down.
And it's such a problem that Ogden City just removed residential from most of their commercial areas. I think about the apartment complex back behind, what is that burger place, the steak burger on 12th Street.
All Freddy's?
Freddy's, yeah.
Yeah.
The apartment complex right behind Freddy's, that's in a commercial zone. And I think that kind of product is one of the reasons why Ogden City said, no, we don't need these anymore in our commercial zones. We're losing viable commercial space. And a lot of these commercial operations, they don't want to be landlords either, right? So they don't want to be, they don't want to be lessees either. So
They wanna own
they just
land.
want to own everything, own the land, own the building, to have full control over it and not have to have space to rent out to others. So we're rubbing up against this weird spot where our car-centric society has created these little unique niches that it's really hard to get outside of, for the market to get outside of, at least until density is packed into an area.
Can you help me understand? I think I was hearing the discussion talking about that little corner being just commercial.
It could still be mixed.
Well, no, but as I'm looking at the code, it's coded as red as mixed use commercial, and then there's a purple that is vehicle oriented commercial, so like just pure commercial. But the way this is coded is is mixed-use commercial, so it's not pure commercial. It has, I mean, it is mixed use. It is mixed residential commercial, so it's not.
It's not mixed residential, it's mixed commercial.
No, it's mixed commercial, but it's.
Changes a little bit.
But the other one, the darker orange, is multifamily residential, and that's, I mean, you know, straight townhome, but then it goes to small lot residential, and so you know, really, you've got the townhomes either in multifamily residential or mixed use commercial. There's two of those, and that's what the red and the darker orange are showing. So I don't think it's not the kind of thing that we need to wait for 20 years for that to become a viable commercial zone. It's zoned as mixed use commercial.
As long as you meet that criteria, so that's what we have to check.
Yeah, the
that.
criteria is the street level, street level,
Right.
street facing
That's
commercial
what I
space.
understand.
Sure.
Which would just mean you've got your townhome above an empty shell.
Can I make a suggestion, Chair? If the applicant's willing to come back with some of the changes that we've talked about, with the road changes and the path changes through the entirety of the proposal, and they bring us some visuals on what this will look like out here in the front. This is all in the essence of time because we've got 4 other items here tonight. And again, if the applicant's willing to do it, and give us a little bit more what this product's going to look like. It would help me tremendously. It may help some of the other commissioners as well.
I like it.
I think that would be a suggestion I would make.
I agree. And maybe,
I do have a question though. You got your 6 and 7 units or whatever they come out to be. I thought you had to sprinkler anything above 4.
No,
Not according to fire marshal.
correct.
How many units
I
were
can
you
go all the
at?
way up to 8 units
8?
before I start having
Okay,
problems.
good to know.
One suggestion I'd like them to look at, I would prefer the garages being usable, and I would consider if instead of an 18-foot driveway going to that 8-foot driveway and parking parallel, if the garage can actually fit 2 vehicles. To me, that's more viable than having a
What size
one-car
do you
garage
think
and a
the
one-car.
garage needs to be?
The interior width needs to be 24 feet in order to actually open the doors. And that's just a mid-sized car. That's not even a big car. To actually open the door and get in and out. So the interior width, 24 feet, and the length needs to be 24 feet as well.
Oh,
So-
verify what we have and let you know.
And then reduce the driveway.
Happy to reduce the driveway, that's not.
I-
Well,
But I'd
that'll-
like to see how that works though too, so if you can get some visuals on that, that would be real helpful.
Okay.
That'll also give you a little bit of space for that pathway if we went the pathway
Depending
corridor.
on where you guys are at, yeah, maybe that'll give the breathing room without getting rid of a whole row.
Great suggestion.
That's great, we're happy to do that. Appreciate the suggestion, Andrew.
Let's take a look at it and see what it really looks like. The density doesn't bother me too much. I do like inverting the roads in the past, like to Charlie's suggestion. I think that makes it
And I
better
think
for me.
ultimately, when we come back, my thought is, if you're not liking that live work, we would lose just that first corner on the west side and just let it go commercial and just wait for it.
Well, and I guess my conundrum with all of that is, I'm going by what the expectation of the general plan is. But if you put a product in there that is got sort of a good street appeal, not necessarily in a complete sense of commercial use, but is leaning more that way, then I'd be more willing to look at something like that. Because, and I get, you said 12 by 12, that's a variable, it could be bigger than that, but it's still not a huge space.
No.
To accomplish what I thought we were going to try and accomplish when we did the general plan, which was a post and beam building. Whether it gets used or not, at that time, I didn't care. But that's what the expectation was that we put into the plan when we did it 3 years ago. So,
Are you talking about 900 again?
yes,
That's
those
pretty much
buildings,
the way
right?
I remember it. I think though, for me, and I hate to keep this conversation going, but to me, sitting here looking at this, any real commercial's gonna be on the south side of 900. Because I'm like you, I'm thinking, geez, I got a little bakery shop and a pastry thing. Well, there's not enough room because in my mind, I'm thinking that I got unlimited space, but what I've got here is a potential of a development that will let people into owning a home. That's what I'm looking at. And because I've changed that over the year. So I think that as far as the commercial part goes, it's gotta be small. I don't think it can be any other way. I think that to make me feel a little more at ease with this, I agree with the park thing, because when people are like, packed in, they need some place, if there's kids especially, to recreate. So I'm okay with the park thing. I think just widening, just some of these discussions that we've had on the roads and the parking behind the facilities, I think is good, but I'm thinking that I don't want to mix up something affordable with a potential commercial with somebody that's, got 600 grand burned on a place. People don't have that kind of money, so I'm okay with it. I just think it needs to be dressed up a little bit. An example of the way that would look on the form base would put my head at ease on how it can look on something like this.
So in my mind, I'm coming next time with three things.
Okay.
The road switches per Charlie's recommendation, some facades on what we're looking at on 900, and some garage sizes for those interior units being minimum of 24 by 24.
What's your footprint on them? For the garage, your footprint?
I don't know.
Probably interior
I'll find out.
19 by.
Now, a shorter driveway parking.
But it don't say that.
And we'll show the shorter the shorter driveways when we come in with the road switches.
Aaron and Selvoy, the same thing for the office or business, but whatever. Because for me, when you say 12 feet and you add a bathroom, it's another 3 feet. 15
We
feet,
can
these are
bring in a
usually way
floor plan
wider
of
than
what that
15
looks
feet,
like, so
right?
you guys
I think you're gonna have 900 square feet. I think it's gonna be actually a nice office space. If it's
Because that would
just a
change the
You get
drastic.
chewed up a little bit because you got a stairwell getting upstairs, you got the garage, and you got it.
Okay. Oh, sure. Okay, that makes sense.
And that, the stairwell is one of the reasons you're not gonna have that ability to combine units very well, because that stairway gets in your way as you go units.
Yeah.
Just
Maybe like
some quick
12 square.
dimensions would be great. Doesn't mean they have to be set in
We
stone.
can bring in some examples.
You know what we're looking for, and yeah, I would feel a lot better being able to get some visuals.
Great.
I think you just showed them one time. Showing those over.
Oh, yeah, we're gonna have.
Don't lie to her, Aaron.
Depending on how long it takes us to get there. Good time.
Thanks.
I was happy to hear it.
I got it.
I'm a problem.
There's kind of funny. I got longer here.
It's funny because you were repeating some of the things that I had mentioned to them, and I was like, okay, I'm not way off base. So I think it was helpful for them.
Well, my expectation is a little bit different
It's kind of dangerous.
than what I'm seeing. And so,
Okay. We're gonna. Scott Wynn, you're up, buddy.
Are you scared?
Come up. What's that?
Are you scared?
Oh, no, sir. Thank you, though.
No, it's fine.
maybe it's got nice good.
Jed, did you make it?
I did.
I saw you throw out a corner.
Bait shot.
I wonder.
So my name's Scott Wynn. I'm owner and contractor of a Windruff construction company. We're a patio home, exclusive patio home builder, and mostly Weaver County, Pennsylvania, Davis County. But
I've seen your work and it's excellent.
hey, thank you. I appreciate that. So,
I knew your dad.
oh, great. Yeah, he's doing great. So thank you for that. I appreciate it. Acquired this piece of property, it's approximately 14 acres, just on 2550 South in Taylor there.
2550 or 2200?
2550.
Oh, okay, this is, okay, I'm sorry.
This is approximately, I think, 33 west. It's just east 3500 south, or I'm sorry, 3500 west.
Where is 35 in relevance to it with your finger?
Right.
Okay, great.
Oh. Sign's been forever.
Yeah, now I know.
So we are just looking to rezone this piece of property to accommodate some lots to build some patio homes.
Thanks, Scott. Yeah, I'll probably be project manager over this, but what I have is just a couple slides, and I think we'll probably return next month for a public hearing if everything goes well tonight. And I'll just bring up a few images here of this future land use map from Weber County. So the property we have here, I don't know if you can see my black cursor moving around. It's right about this space right here. So, and it looks like it's right on the edge of this, what looks to be your
Mixed commercial?
Mixed commercial with some, maybe some multifamily around the perimeter. But it is also within annexation area for West Haven. Yeah, West Haven.
So it's just outside of the red zone, right, in the yellow? It's not
Have you
in the
talked to
red zone.
West
Okay.
Haven, or
I've spoken with them.
you'd rather talk to us?
Yeah, I mean it's been
I
a
just
while. You know, I've done probably over 100 homes in West Haven over the last 10 years, and you know they've been pretty good to work with recently. It just seems that
Elections do funny things.
Yeah.
Bring out a lot of stupid, don't they?
Yeah.
So yeah. Anyway, you know the zoning that was proposed in the general plan here just kind of fits my property a little.
Well, does that mean we're stepping on West Haven's feet then, or toes?
Well, it's in their
Well,
annexation area, it's
yeah,
not already annexed.
They would be notified of this. You know, they're
So it's not already theirs. It's just the future says we might want this.
What's the lot average size?
The lot average size, well, you're dealing with here, let me go back to the concept. Yeah, they range quite a bit, 14,000 to around, I'm looking at the smallest
I
one.
think our smallest
Maybe.
ones are just over here at about 8,200.
So meet the-
That's plenty for a patio home.
That's a
All
fun
of
one, I
it.
like it.
Yes.
82 is even big.
You know, and we get some customers, not a ton, but there's customers we have that, they're older, they don't want stairs, they want, something on a single level. But
Are you
they-
still going to maintain those, or are they private for the patio? Is it going to be homeowner association? Maintain-
Not for any kind of exterior maintenance or anything. Our niche is a little bit different, where most of our customers, they either want to hire it out themselves, do their own yard work, something of
Just a
that
simple
nature.
one.
Most of them want a very minimal HOA, just kind of whatever's required by the county. We do have a detention
de minimis.
basin, some walkways and stuff that need to be
Uh-huh.
maintained. So I intend on the CC&Rs just being simply just to maintain those common areas, and then as far as exterior maintenance and stuff, they can do their own thing. But like on these lots, we do get some customers that still want a little bit more yard space, maybe even accessory building of sort, shop or something like that. So these lots will accommodate those, and then
Your
kinda
cul-de-sacs too.
yeah, we kind of joke sometime that widows are kind of our specialty. We get a lot of
Yep.
and so those smaller lots are perfect for them, less yard to maintain. So yes, sir.
Public streets or private?
Public.
Do we know where those pathways are connecting to?
No, there's not anything proposed yet.
Okay.
To saltgrass and alfalfa.
Are
There's a
the
corner
are the property lines house to house like in your typical subdivisions?
No, we've kind of changed our ways on that a little bit. The newer generation of people wanting this style of home, it was becoming more and more or rather less and less popular to have, kind of the zero side being right on the lot end. So we've kind of changed that up a little bit. We're doing fences in between on both sides now. Typically like anywhere from an 8 to 15 foot setback on the one side. Our side yards are kind of the main yards, so that would be, the other side would be like a 20 to, depending on the lot size, 20 to 30 feet, on the side where the patio would be. So that gives the customer.
So 8 and 20?
Yeah, that would be kind of our minimum. If they wanted like an RV pad on that garage side, we would scoot it over.
I have a question. I know when we did our plan, we were going to go density of 15,000 square feet.
Average.
Average. So is something like this fall within that realm? Or we found a mechanism to change it? I'm just curious because.
What do you think, Felix? Does it hit the 2.9 units an acre?
Yes, it does.
So 2.9?
Yes.
Okay. I think you're good. But that's just me.
Yeah, appreciate that.
My only comment would be just on the alignment of the paths, like having, just so you can walk through the development, and right now it's like through, down, around the development. So I don't know if I'd want to bring that one down, so you just kind of go all the way across in one fell swoop.
Yeah.
That'd be my only suggestion.
And this is basically a concept plan, so,
Yeah. So that's why, that's down the road. That's really all I.
Show him what you want.
Did you hear me just whisper that to Felix?
Did you say that to
I just barely whispered that to him.
That's perfect. I'll draw it in with this fancy doodad here.
You can do it right now?
I did speak with Lance at Parks.
This is getting too easy.
And there's just a
we won't need you guys.
very
AI.
Preliminary discussion about, we
But they
canal
got to have
right
somebody
here.
to yell at us.
And, actually the Army Corps of Engineers, we had this was mapped potential wetland. We've done a full delineation and everything. We've got that taken care of, but they wanted a 20-foot buffer easement from that canal there. We've talked about, and like I say, it's preliminary with Parks, but possibly doing a pathway that comes down, along that to kind of to fulfill that donation, again, we haven't gone too far.
So I know your product. My mother-in-law bought one of your products 40 years ago.
Wonderful. Great.
I'm not
He
worried
wasn't
about
here,
that,
but his dad was.
historically, that piece of property, when we get water, it floods. And it takes a long time for that water to go away.
Right.
So I'm hoping that, you're gonna take care of drainage and you're gonna, facilitate those kind of things, because that is a big deal right there. And even though the county's upgraded the drain under the road at 3,500 going west, it's still not a good spot right there.
Right.
And so that floods pretty heavily there.
So it took us nearly 2 years to get that delineation done, so we've kind of gone over and over this. Anyway, we have located some problem areas, mostly this northern canal here. It was hardly even a canal, at the point where I actually ended up purchasing the property. We actually worked with this landowner and this landowner to bring the machine back there. We dredged that out. We cleaned out that basically runs into this pond here, so some pumpkins can be watered. We dredged that whole canal there out, and this was probably late May. By mid-July, it was nearly completely dry, save for this piece of property here gets kind of flood irrigated. That does come over onto the property from there. For the most part, though, we had a small piece of wetland that we're just kind of integrating into this detention basin. Our other piece was just right here. It was 0.06 acres. So we had it completely dried out by that time, and that was all we came up with. So this side will have to be addressed the most, in our opinion currently. But we're going to have to bring the whole thing up to get sewer fall and all that stuff. So we're anticipating being able to handle that.
You just said the magic words. It needs filled.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
And that's the whole thing, is because I've seen that whole corner stand with water for months, because it's so bad there.
And I will admit, by the time it dried out, it was July, and it definitely gets wetter in the earlier spring months. So.
And I'm not saying that it's right that it does that. I realize, your delineation, I'm not concerned about that. You've taken all the right steps with the core and all of that stuff. That aside, that historically will hold water there for a long period of time, and not shallow water either. It gets pretty deep there. So, but if you know what you're up against there as far as bringing in fill and everything, there. Thank you.
Yep. So of course, we'll address that even further as we go. We've the previous subdivision we did a complete perimeter land drain that went all the way around the entire subdivision. It was piped straight to the storm sewer, and so, if we have to do something like that, we're definitely okay with that. So, anything else for me? Or?
Nothing much. I mean, just kind of some observations looking at block length and minimum distance between pathway intersections, and so Commissioner Wicken brings up a good point that this is likely an ideal place for a road going straight through here. It kind of breaks up this distance, this 1,000 feet from along this line. But other than that, that's pretty much all. And then also, one more thing. Along 2550 South Street, we would definitely recommend a pathway on that north side, just along this frontage.
How many units?
40.
So as of right now, we're at 39.
Can we do that with one ingress?
No.
That's 33.
Shoot. What have you done?
But it had got caught somewhere.
Yeah, it would have been caught. So our max is 30 if it's on a road that is leading to where another road will be. Otherwise, if it's like a dead end, permanently dead end road, it's 15.
So this here, from my understanding anyway, this is set to be a future right of way. So we've done a kind of a half
Straight,
road up there.
so you can participate.
Yes, because
with the other owner.
Of the understanding that was going to be a future right of way. So
But that's still a ghost road.
Yeah, you probably have to get some sort of a temporary exit maybe along there, or talk to the fire marshal and see, but.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, this property is privately owned here.
Scott, do you know who owns that? You said you got permission to dredge that. Remember which house that is? Is that Ellis's or?
This was, I think this is actually on Frederickson's property, the actual, and I think so, is it Chad that you guys have that works kind of with sewer and stuff?
Oh yeah, my husband.
Yeah, my husband, when I spoke with him, and I still plan to do this, is, speak to Frederickson, and possibly even, I think it's Atkinson that's there, about, he was wanting me to see if he would allow, or one of these two landowners would allow sewer to come in from that direction rather than along 2550. There's already a West Haven sewer line in there, kind of redundant to run two right next to each other, but nonetheless.
Already in 3600, you're saying?
In 2550 here, there's a West Haven sewer line that runs there. They would not allow me to connect to that. So my plan was to run, and we've done the calculation to fall from here all the way to here, and we got to fall. We'd run sewer from there to there. He was wanting me to talk to these landowners and see if they would.
Why not?
Yeah,
It'd be beneficial to everybody. You wouldn't have to tear up that road.
Yeah. And, that would be, honestly, my ideal situation. It's just a matter of, because it is privately owned, there has been just some, it's been relatively minor, but there's opposition.
But then that might solve one of your problems too. If they do that, they'd have to dedicate that there'd be an easement and right of way through there.
Yeah.
So your second egress,
yeah,
you could just bring it up to the fire code and you'd have it.
That's kind of what I was getting at. Yeah. So.
How many lots are there?
Good catch.
So currently, with this concept plan, we have 39 in there.
So then, Charlie or Felix,
Yes.
Does that constitute needing a second egress?
Yeah.
Yeah, they'd be able to build up to 30. That doesn't mean that they couldn't plan on 39. but they wouldn't be able to do the other 9 until the
Well,
egress
if
is
they
there.
come across that.
But if they do
made
come
a
across-
fire access,
Yep.
then they could do the full deal.
Yeah, as long as they can get those.
If they get the road that Sarah suggested, they're gonna lose at least one lot, right?
No, not necessarily. They can, if they choose to, they can scrunch them a little bit more. And I'm curious on the property to the east. You know the Trimbles very well?
We've talked to we were doing our delineation, we were just out on the road, he came and talked to us for about 45 minutes one day, so.
Okay. In support or against?
Curious.
Depends on the time
Time
of
of day?
conversation. At the beginning, there was some pretty heavy opposition. I was actually out walking around, my superintendent who's here, chatted with him for a little while, and you know, his level of charisma kind of, you know, brought him around a little bit after he kind of explained what we do and who we are. He had seen some of our homes before, and so he was a little bit more on board at that point. So.
Does he use the property on that side of the canal for any specific reason?
So
purpose?
this right here, it's very hard to see on this map, but there is a head gate right there. And from what I understand, this head gate is closed to run the water up here. I don't believe those property owners necessarily have rights to that water. At the time, they were just jamming tarps and sticks and everything they could in there to, you know, close that off to, you know, part of the reason
So
why,
they get a little water.
part of the reason why it was such an issue is this actually from here to here ran uphill. So with us dredging it out, we actually got it to flow downhill. It, first of all, aided our flooding issues. Second of all, you know, they did put in a new head gate, like an actual functioning head gate there. Between those two things, it's, you know, it's kind of helped out. That was our kind of contention we had with him, is we were, you know, stepping over there to, you know, kind of inspect that head gate from time to time, and you know, we were told that that's on his property. So.
Well, you're still alive.
Yeah. I don't think he shot at us.
Lucky it wasn't the Faveros.
Only reason I bring it up, I'm curious whether or not a second road access could get in between the canal and their western property line, your eastern property line. If I were them, I would be looking at this as that's going to be a really hard piece, because it's the square with the canal going right through the middle of it. It's going to be really hard to develop the west side of the canal if they don't have access to 2550. That might be incentive enough if they understand the long term, the long game. That might be incentive enough for them to work with you on some kind of egress there too.
Who owns the triangular piece on the west side of the west side of the canal?
You mean east side?
West side.
Triangle.
Oh, west side is.
No, the odd shaped piece right there.
That's east.
The other west side.
The other west side. That's the east side.
It's Trimble. That's the one I was just
Okay.
talking about.
That's Jim. Wait a minute. So then, who's on the other side of the canal?
Both. So that blue line that goes around the whole thing, he owns both triangles. So this one and that one.
Who's the next one to the east?
That's
That
Utah
one.
Power. That's the power line corridor.
Okay.
I think it's Benson's after
And then you gotta get close to Freeze's property, right?
Yeah, DeFreeze's is the hayfield that goes straight through. But that property there, it's not the same owner? The one that the canal goes through and the next one to the east is not the same owner?
that. Yeah, that's Trimble.
You mean, are you talking about this one and that
There,
one?
no, that one and the next one to your right. That one.
Click on that one.
Yeah, it is.
Is that
That's
DeFreeze?
gotta be.
No.
That's-
Oh, that is.
Trimble as well.
DeFreeze is further down.
Yeah, and then DeFreeze is the next one to the east, right? Go a little further east.
I think so.
I think it's under another.
It was DeFreeze, and then it was Weaver School District, and then it was DeFreeze again.
To Freeze bought it again, yeah.
R2D2.
Yeah.
LLC. Is that DeFreeze?
R2D2, it might be.
Oh, yeah. You'd have to be a planner to get all that in one.
I have a question about like when
Always a
when
little
that
strange.
road in, the proposed trail that was on that. Okay, let's pull that up again. His proposal.
Oh, and his proposal.
His proposed map.
Yep.
Yeah. See the black trail on the east side. If we put a road in there, we probably want that trail to go up a lot or two, wouldn't we?
Yeah, if
Fix
it's,
that a little bit more?
if it's
Not the
even-
other- The east one, sorry.
if it's even needed.
Oh, okay.
So the standard,
Yeah.
unless it's addressed otherwise in a rezone development agreement, the standard is pedestrian facilities every 400 linear feet, and vehicle facilities every 800 maximum. That's not the build it like this, that's the maximum distance. And so if there was an east-west road that kind of went through there, that could satisfy both requirements. We'd have to pull dimensions.
Which, looking at the piece next to it, being that triangle, it probably wouldn't be needed there, because they're gonna be, you would imagine in the future, there's gonna be a road to the north, right? Connecting that triangle up that way,
There's one here, yeah, and
maybe, or at least a trail on that end.
this being a regional planned trail that both West Haven and Weber County are planning on, we wouldn't want, Felix, will you go back one? We wouldn't want this going across the canal. We'd want to try and keep as much of that trail uninterrupted. So if this were to come, if you were to work it out with the Trimbles, come and just come straight down here, that'd give long-term.
For an access for a second one?
Potentially. Or anywhere to the west.
That puts that road on the other side of that house. I think that'd be kind of sensitive.
That could be. Who owns that house?
I forget. Ruiz?
Puts those two intersections awfully close on 2550.
That is pretty close, isn't it? We'd have to measure that distance. That would
We
not
almost
work.
want to
Their
limit
house is
that.
closer to his subdivision though. No, he is. They have quite a bit of space on the side.
Okay.
So if I'm hearing correct, if we were able to bring in sewer from here, that would create a kind of an easement or a way to.
Well, no, you
create a
could talk to your landowners and provide them with sewer in the future.
Right.
And they're also gonna have roads, so anybody's got land that you're touching, future
Yeah.
potential. So it makes it easier to talk to them.
Sure. Sure.
And I think that's a better way for your sewer to go anyway.
Yeah. Oh, and I do too. And I'm kind of hoping that they see the value in doing that. But you know.
Did I hear that we're going to have a public hearing for a zoning change on this next month?
If you guys are comfortable with that.
I think so.
Okay. Is that worthwhile?
If it
You could
complies
talk
with
to
the general
them
plan.
between now
Okay.
Which
So
the
we don't
next
have to do a
month
general-
and see
general
where
plan amendment on
Right.
this one.
you're at.
All right.
What do they do on it right now?
Honestly, I think it's just just kind of a driveway, so to speak, kind of a road-ish.
See, and so you're probably not gonna offend too many people.
I wouldn't think so. You know, it's my
Doesn't
only
seem to be
concern
a
is
problem
just
at all.
their just general opposition to development and not wanting.
Yeah, but that field that they worked with the lines,
You got to get used to this.
that guy would be more than motivated to do a bet, because right now, he probably doesn't have a good way to get to his anyway.
Who's that?
The one next to
See
it.
those lines up there? You can see where it's been, yeah. That's farmed, but it doesn't look like to me he's got a real true access that's viable unless he does something on that.
Yeah, and you know, I think that's what they use this for.
Yeah,
We brought
but
machines in.
it would kind of, if it's wide enough, it's cement his deal. And I'm not talking he's got to do it now, maybe
Get another roll, would you?
whenever, when they die,
Well,
and the
just
kids
the
sell it.
value it'll add to his
Yeah.
value overall.
Yeah.
You know,
Coming from food, good.
Okay, let him sell it to the landowner. Do you have any other questions for
I
us?
mean, you're welcome to come with me. No, if you
I've
guys,
done it.
that's all I have.
We'll get you a little bit of feedback
Okay.
in writing.
Okay, thanks guys, appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just check out distances for the blocks.
All right, next on the docket, Mr. Jones.
The map. Looks good.
Mr. Jones.
Tell Roger hello.
That's not a known name.
I don't go by that.
Thank you.
Thank you, appreciate it.
All right, so I haven't been reading these. You want me to read them? This is item number 3 for us today. Discussion on development plan to change the zoning of property at 1150 South, 4700 West. Does that sound right, Brett?
That's right.
To the form-based zone and to amend the street regulating plan to allow for the eastern 13.23 acres to develop as multifamily residential and develop the western 9.2 11 acres as transit-oriented commercial.
That's right.
Okay.
Boy, this form base is getting popular.
This is property you guys have never seen before.
You don't have a trespass on there.
No, I was saying because we've looked at this a few times.
So I'm Brett Jones with Basin Development. We are under contract on this property we're going to be looking at today, which, as I understand it, you guys have looked at quite a bit in the past.
Oh, boy.
So, as I understand
Different buyer,
it,
just so you know.
yeah,
You're saying really?
I like it already.
Just so
Different
you're
buyer.
aware, it's a different buyer.
that's right.
You're saving that point down, yeah.
So as I understand it, the previous developer tried to come in, was a home builder, and tried to do most of this as residential. We took a different approach to it. We build a lot of commercial and retail, and so we think this could be a great commercial hub for West Weber. And it's all about and how it's designed, in my opinion. We've allocated all of the commercial to the western half of the site. I have about a little over 9 acres of commercial, and then to the east, up where there's challenges doing commercial on that S-bend curve, we feel like it's the best use of that land to utilize that as mid-density residential for townhomes. So explored it with Charlie and Felix quite a bit, trying to talk through the best way to pursue
That's more
this.
what you wanted.
This is currently all vehicle-oriented commercial.
That's more what you wanted.
So we will need to amend this, or I guess kind of wanted to open the discussion up on what's the best way to pursue something like this, or getting feedback on it initially as well. But we'd love to hear from you. So
You talked to UDOT on your egress.
we have.
On the 1150.
We have, yep.
What they said.
They said this will be our primary access point here, this central line which lines up with the intersection of where you guys have a plan for in the future. We were also allowed most likely to have a secondary access point here into the commercial. This one off of 4700 is not likely. We're still going to ask for it, but there's issues here with proximity to railroad and distance requirements from 1150. This one up to the east is also questionable, just with line of sight with traffic getting in and out there. But these two are not confirmed, but I mean, as good as confirmed as we have right now. So.
I like that you brought up the line of sight is a concern for me just because of that, knowing that road. And I was gonna, not that it's right or wrong, just a question. Are those houses that are closest to the 1150, are they far enough away? Just, I've over the years seen plenty of cars that are off the road from coming, spinning out, whatever, weather, or even when it's dry. Teenagers are on that a lot, right? And there's been a lot of cars in that field. Not saying that'd be still a problem, but I just worry about those being too close to the road.
We'd be looking to them to do curb gutter and sidewalk, which would help create that buffer. Also could help launch cars, so it just depends on how fast they're
Right,
going.
yeah, honestly, that helps.
But when it comes to UDOT, it's another chicken and egg question, because they never want to adjust what they think the road should be until the land use authority has forced a different use adjacent to it.
Okay.
And at that time, they start looking at maybe reduction of speed.
This is a major corridor, right? And it's
It is a
bigger,
corridor.
so that's why I wonder why it's.
Well, so
I worry that it could be too close if they end up widening that or anything.
Yeah, that begs the question that we've asked a couple of different times. What is 12th Street for the long run? Will it be the Washington Boulevard major corridor, but still 35 miles an hour just through the downtown area? Is that what it's going to be in the future, or is it going to be the bypass? We still haven't really narrowed that down. I hope we do that with our
Bring that
general plan
back.
amendment later this year. I hope we can narrow that down. Right now, if you look at the street regulating plan, 12th Street is not colored. It doesn't have a specific designation. It's listed as a limited access arterial. So through our street regulating plan, we did look at this as being essentially a bypass and not.
How wide is
Not the main road?
future?
What's that?
Not the main road?
As the essentially the main bypass road. Yeah, not as like a village commercial. But we did that through our street regulating plan, which can be adjusted after the general plan gets adjusted.
What was our width we put on it? Wasn't it a 300 footer?
No, so for this one,
I think it's 132.
132.
Yeah.
132. Now, UDOT may want more, they may want less, but we're saying minimum 132. Curb gutter, sidewalk, pathway, all the above.
Who decides on that site? On
Park
that
strip.
corner?
Trees, that'll help the cars not go into houses.
Who decides on that, that site, on that second egress up there?
So UDOT ultimately has the authority
They're
to
the ones
decide
that
on that.
say?
Yeah, we are showing it on the street regulating plan, but if UDOT was to say that cannot happen, or maybe it's a right-in, right-out only or something like that, we'd have to honor that. They are programming this road over the next couple of years to be upgraded. I think it's this year or next year to be upgraded to a 3-lane. So you'll have some ability for acceleration and deceleration with the additional width that they're putting on, but still, what's 12th Street? Is it the future?
So do we need them to decide first before we tackle this?
UDOT? If UDOT could decide it'll be a high-capacity, high-speed road forever, as long as they possibly can make it that.
Honestly, I agree with that just because of knowing what we've approved to go out west behind there. I mean, that's going to be a shiz ton of people, and
that's
slow
what-
it down
that's
to
the road
35.
that takes
That's going to be
people.
congested.
Shiz ton.
Shiz ton. That's like 40,000 homes.
It's only 20, 14, and
Never read that
5.
definition of
So,
the road.
So
19
these are your
sounds.
renderings, correct?
Yeah, just samples, just to give an idea of what the architecture would look like, matching the form-based agrarian.
So you're
Why do you keep taking that
anticipating
away?
alley loaded,
Architectural rendering.
and I saw there's like a park area in the middle.
Yep.
Because they will be pretty isolated from the other
Right.
parks with their access. so-
Yeah, we do have a couple playground areas, so one here kind of to serve this western half, and then the larger one here with some open space to serve the
Okay, and here's a
eastern.
tough question. What size are your garages and driveways?
Yeah, I was looking that up. And
Oh,
luckily,
crap.
I got to watch a couple meetings go through. So, I don't know the exact dimension on our garages. I know that overall our units are around 23 and a half feet wide.
Okay, so probably like 22,
22.
2.5 feet or
Yeah,
22
something like
foot
that.
wide garages. Okay.
Yep.
Well,
Which is
my problem with it is this is commercial. That whole space is currently commercial, right? Am I wrong with that?
Correct.
And we've had a couple of other folks come in and give us presentations on it. And I still feel the same way that I did previously. The whole space is commercial. That's its best use. I don't see residential in that spot. These are nice looking units. I don't see them in that spot. I don't think it's the right location. You got a railroad track that is relatively busy, literally right here, and then you've got the houses, and then you've got a road that's going to expand and expand and expand as time goes on. And I just don't see that piece of property as being conducive for residential.
2 roads. We're going to expand 4,700 and 11.
True,
Right?
true.
Because where our overpass is going to be is right on top of it. Which is something that we took major consideration on just back on 4,700 with that last
Right.
proposal. So.
Right. So,
Yeah, we did hear that feedback on what was, I guess, presented previously. We built quite a bit of commercial, and the biggest concerns, I think, is putting commercial on an S-bend curve like this is going to be a real challenge to have enough room to slow down and bring in visibility and bring in the users to
it's going to have to come in at a
fulfill
different
that.
point, for
Yeah.
sure.
The same point is what it is right now.
Right. Yeah, but your access point directly into the commercial on the west side will be a lot more beneficial than having it up on the east side. But
Your access point, I'm sorry, Brett, can I ask you, but your access
Yeah.
point on the west side, from what I understand, that's going to eventually be there, that won't exist.
right
That'll be a bridge right there.
here, yep,
Yeah.
Charlie did mention that. Yep. Yeah. So as far as what we're planning on for sure are these two right here, off of 1150 would be the main access points in.
If we were 50 years in the future, when it may or may not happen even then, right up here where this gets narrow, that's a place for a transportation hub as far as I'm concerned. You got the railroad tracks right there. You've got UTA, you've got a front runner, I don't know if it's that big of a train or not, whatever you have running east and west on those tracks. that's a nice location for some sort of a intermodal, if you will. That's what I see it as being, with some access definitely being improved into that. But that's more what I see that as, way more what I see that is than residential.
So you're saying you see this as just a transportation hub?
Just as, like from where he,
Where's that
sorry, you know,
townhouse?
you're good.
Commercial,
Over in this area.
This
all
portion,
commercial.
this portion right here. Because you've got tracks here, you've got this road here, you've got all of this whole area and going west that we put in our general plan as, what did we call it, Charlie?
Vehicle-oriented commercial.
There you go.
What'd you call it?
Vehicle-oriented
Do you
commercial.
think there would be any way to pedestrian access to tracks at this location? Is that at all in any plans there at all?
So, yes, it is in the plan to have a transit stop at this location. What side of the existing UP line the transit stop is going to go, it all depends. We'd have to do a full transportation study to determine what the least cost is to build that rail line. In our general plan, we are anticipating the rail line being on the south side of the tracks, but I think in practicality, it's probably going to need to go on the north side between 12th Street and the existing tracks line. So what Andrew's mentioning here, this would probably be a pretty good spot for transit-oriented development project.
So
And
maybe
then-
more apartments than townhomes mixed in with the commercial? Because generally you do put residential right next to those.
Yeah,
Right, like Farmington Station.
Yeah.
yep, with a lot of parking too.
Yes.
So long term, so if you go higher density on it, you're going to want to see some kind of stacked parking, assuming the ground can hold stacked parking. Otherwise, if it's surface parking, it's going to be hard to get enough acreage to put other uses in there.
One thing too you should be aware of is that the county commission is wanting to look at the corridor study areas and those plans to be amended as part of the general plan before they look at favorably looking at changes to those areas. So
They probably won't be.
so right now, this may not be favorably looked upon, just because of timing of getting those corridors fully laid out. And so there's a little bit of a timing issue.
Yeah. What is the timeline? Do you know, I guess, have they given any type of indication?
So
on
they
time?
want to first work with UDOT to work on the West Weaver corridor to get that fully aligned.
Yeah.
They're hoping to have something laid out in June or July. They're hoping.
Yeah.
And then they'd like to start working on the corridor plan after that and get that going. So that's kind of where they're at right now time-wise. And that's one reason why I have this joint meeting with the county commissioners in March, so that you guys can talk about that and they can talk to you about that, and you guys can express your concerns or those types of things too. So, and I would recommend that when we do get into that corridor plan as part of the general plan, that if you're still interested in this piece, you'd be heavily involved in the general plan process.
Great. Yeah, that'd be great. I guess assuming the impact of that corridor didn't have an impact on this site specifically, looking to the future, I guess, is there a plan, or I guess any desire to have a housing product on this site, or is it strictly commercial? It's always going to be that way.
Not in my mind. It's commercial. It's commercial or whatever, transportation oriented, direct transportation oriented thing that it might become over time. That's my opinion. There's 6 others.
I think
Well,
I agreed before. Go ahead.
Along with that, your second egress going towards the east, I don't think UDOT's, that's just me, ever gonna give that. So you're almost stuck to going commercial on the entire thing, and bring your accesses in and then bring it up to that area and back out in the ones that you can get in.
Yeah.
That's just an opinion. It's an uphill battle with that property shaped like that with the tracks being too close.
And everyone acts like they're afraid of the tracks, but I mean.
I'm not, I'm just talking about
I'm-
it constricts that ends. I don't mind it.
But I mean, with like housing being
I don't
next
think
to-
they're gonna go, because coming around that, any corner,
No, for
if
sure.
it's curved like that.
And if you don't want housing here, that's completely fine, but everyone talks about with the railroad tracks and townhomes and.
They don't bother me.
They don't, I mean, I look at like, well, I was thinking about all of the places, and so you've got like Midland and the ones that back up to the tracks there. Then you go into Ogden now and everything on 12th Street, all those ones that they built right
Yeah.
along the tracks.
And they say you get used to
And then the one in
them,
Pleasant
but you
View,
never
they've
do,
got
but
them all
it's
up there.
okay.
I
'cause
mean,
we
people say they won't buy them or they won't live by them, but that's not true, because
That's right.
people are in them.
You're getting
They
the right
build
price
them.
for the land and they will.
And
Will
they
build.
build
Yes.
them, and then, yes, then they can keep the pricing down, and
Yeah. And they do make nice transition areas.
they do. I mean, and you do, I mean, just like this guy's project, we do need that multi-housing out where we're at, because our kids do want to
This
stay.
project or that
They
one?
do want to stay,
Closer.
they want to stay closer,
Yeah, and all they want to do is play games.
well, yeah.
They don't need it.
They do want to stay in our area and stay in our community and go to our churches, and then they move on. And we just don't have it in unincorporated Weaver County. We have a ton in West Haven, but we don't in unincorporated.
The general plan is designed so that most of the rail corridor is actually multifamily residential, right to your point. And that was Scott Jenkins, one of his babies. He really wanted to have residential areas buffered from the railroad tracks with some multifamily, some lower density residential areas buffered from the railroad tracks with multifamily. So it's actually on both sides. We may see townhome projects on the south side of the tracks too coming in. That's something.
Brett, not that you'd have to change it, but just an idea that just came to me. 5600 in Roy, west of, it would be considered 2000, right, by Kent's?
Yes.
There's a turn just like, a curve just like this. It's not as busy of it, it's not as fast of a road or anything. But they put a retirement community right on the road, basically. And I'm thinking, a retirement community right here, next to tracks, perfect. They don't care about any noise, for sure. That sounds horrible. That's going to be me. I can't hear as it is now. But like, and it's the same shape.
Put a cemetery there.
They could do that too. We're talking about transition. We do transition. We go from that to the cemetery. I would buy it.
Well, in a retirement home in the existing zone that's there, that would be an allowed use.
And honestly, and I was meaning that without joking. Seriously, I think it's something to consider. But
Okay. No, that's good thought. We'll look into that for sure.
So you're talking
Andrew
about.
wants to transition somewhere.
You're
eventually.
talking about it.
Not yet, but eventually.
You're talking about an
As
assisted
far as my
living.
opinion, I don't have a
I mean-
particular, I'm not local to this part of the area, so I probably would just defer to what they feel. I'd be more particular about the details of how it's designed, the garage size.
The speed
But
limit
the
right there is
location of
70
use-
miles an hour.
Is there an egress
Yeah, so
requirement
it's-
for that type of?
For the
'cause those
location, I
people don't-
defer to
they
them.
have
I'm
visitors and
concerned
stuff,
about
but it's
that
really
many
low, like,
exiting.
traffic,
It's
right?
basically one
Egresses and
exit.
multiple
That's
egresses.
You
concerning.
have
Just
100 people
on any
living in there,
street,
but
having
really,
that
it's
many
not
funneled
100
into one.
homes. It's like 100 cars, because
Right. It's just
Thank you.
two egresses.
it would
so
still be two. It would
it's-
still be
yeah.
required two.
Yeah, and one could potentially be like temporary or emergency or something like that.
Okay.
And we did talk a little bit about, I don't know if we talked about it with you, but the one on the east side, if UDOT really didn't like it, maybe
A
it's
breakaway.
Maybe it's a breakaway or a Knox box or just something to get people out in the event that the other egress is blocked.
Would they be willing to do a ride in, ride out, a ride out up there?
That was our thought is, if they wouldn't allow full access, at least a right in, right out there. We would have to confirm that with the traffic study to be sure, so, but that was the kind of the fallback if they wouldn't do full access.
Frankly, one of the better ways to make that an access is to put a traffic light in and slow everybody down.
Right there.
Well, it is now
corner.
just at 4,700, right?
Yeah.
So
Yeah, they're what
that's close. I think
they're
it'd be
about
close
10
enough to
million
slow it
bucks
down.
or so, maybe 12 million.
Yeah, it's expensive.
That's pretty expensive for housing.
Yeah.
I mean, if I'm trying to picture this with anything that's out there, Syracuse has changed a lot where they're putting the Costco and all that. That's not a 55 mile an hour road anymore. anymore, or ever was. It was 35, right? By where Costco is now and the golf course and all that. It's all completely changed.
They really, they've slowed the traffic down.
Yeah,
a lot.
but if you think about it, you got just as much
But they
population
don't have a
out
straight
there.
road in that whole town.
But they have just as much population as what we're gonna have
More,
here
it's
soon.
so like-
Yeah. So when I was thinking, oh, it's gotta stay 55, 60, whatever. No, that really doesn't.
Well, what
It
you got-
won't be,
what
you're
you got
right.
Right there is the.
That will go,
change for-
that won't be 50,
It's
60
just
miles
on
an
the
hour.
east side.
I think they just recently reduced that down. I think it's
Well,
45
but
now.
we're thinking affordable housing.
It is. I'm just saying what
Land,
people
And that's what's available right
Thank
now.
you, correct.
That'd be
Most of
the
it is
only
different from what
thing to
people
put
drive.
towards
A couple of good
really
on
wanting commercial.
weekends.
This is available, this is probably cheaper.
Did we give you enough
Yes,
information?
no,
for that?
it's helpful for sure. We gotta wait things out with the corridor, and so
Okay.
appreciate the feedback though. Thank you.
Okay.
Good.
Thanks, man. So that one from Brett Jones
You've got parks.
was pretty well put together. Y'all can tell these guys know what they're doing. At this point, it was merely a work session application.
What do you think?
Not a rezone application at this point, I think,
I'm still.
but that still provides them some good feedback to go forward. And so going on to the next, oh, sorry, Helen.
You're okay. Go ahead.
Andrew?
Chairman Felix.
Casey?
Scott Lindsay for Single Tree. You're up, buddy. So we're looking to change the setbacks, it looks like, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
so I just want to, instead of going 12 and 12 on the sides and 30 on the corners, was trying to go 8 and 8 and 20 on the corners. From back of, on a corner would be obviously back of sidewalk.
Scott, how many houses do you have in there already? Like 8?
5 or 6.
Okay. And they're more in the lane, right? Down further
Yeah.
behind the stadium?
Yep. And that's where the main concern, I just want a bigger house. Bigger house, bigger garages, that's all I want. An average house that I build is 62 feet wide. And that's what I'm trying to get on a Rambler size, because that's what fits out there. I do 2 stories, but they all sell, but I just want to get a bigger, footprint.
I anticipate we'll see a few of these development agreement amendments because the developers who came in before we changed the R zones don't get the benefit of the flexible, smaller setback standards. He's only asking for adjustments to the side setback, so everything else looked like it was.
Yeah, everything
the same.
else is fine.
I think they're pretty standard with other cities too.
Yeah, me too.
I mean, you might go 10 and 10,
For me,
10 and 8.
people
Ends
don't
up the
want
same
yard, but they
thing.
still want a house.
And that 20 foot on the corners is always, so it must be, and that was brought, the 20 foot was brought for a safety deal.
Yeah.
And so 20 foot, if it's in just about every other city, it probably passes the fire.
Yeah, ours would be that for the corners as well. The R115 zone right now has 5 feet on both sides, or 7 if it's 2-story building. So he can even
So-
go less than that.
Yeah. So Scott, I don't see, you're asking something that's too far out of bounds. But the rest of these guys, they got the same.
I say it's a go.
Me too, I think it's
Good.
fine.
Thank you.
Andriotti?
Don't see a problem.
Liam?
Yeah, go.
Okay, you're in line. All right, man.
Geez, Scott, we should let you go
No,
first.
seriously, we waited 2 hours for that.
We should have did you at number 1. We'd have saved you. You could have watched the Jazz tonight.
Like whatever.
Scott, I have one other question. Just real easy. Can you just, I just need further verification. Is the gate in out there for the high school? Or is that?
From what I understand, that's pretty much not ever going to happen.
Okay. So
From what the high school says.
Yeah.
From what I talked to Weaver County on that, just because somebody was kind of giving me some grief over that, because they're 30 feet in between is what they want, and they want the owners to maintain it.
Yeah.
As far as the landscape goes, which is going to be rocks and trees and stuff. And when I talked to Weaver County, they're like, they're 2.5 years into when everybody signed that. So it only has to go another 2.5 years, and then the homeowners will take over that property.
Okay.
From what I got out of Weaver County School
But
District.
the school district never put the gate in.
They said it's not going in.
Okay.
Not for them again.
Thank you.
Before you leave,
That's
Scott,
what I got out of it.
just to make sure, you know, we still have to bring this up and it has to be voted on, right?
Yes, yeah, so public hearing and all that.
Public hearing, so our opinion right now is okay with it, but public hearing, right? We always listen to public first, so, okay.
Thank you.
Felix,
We're just running through these quick.
we'll keep it going that way, right?
I know. 6:30. This shouldn't be too painful, I hope.
You gave us a 50-page packet, what do you mean it's not painful?
This is double-sided print.
60-page!
And
It's every other page.
yeah, this is a little bit of homework, but
Maybe even less than the highlights.
yeah. So Charlie and I went through, actually, we went through here. I've been working on this for about a month, because last time we talked last month, and I went through, created a spreadsheet, you know, just for what I thought would be good to extract from the Ogden Valley and bring it over to Western Weber. And then we went through it again, Charlie and I, and we whittle it down even further. And so I think we've got a pretty good example here. With everything in yellow in this packet would be brought over. Just verbiage, goals, principles from Ogden Valley Plan. And there would also be some text edits to that, because sometimes some of these goals reference, they say Ogden Valley, so we would just replace that with Weber County, you know, and then look at it as a whole.
Does that mean these are out?
That's correct.
Just the yellow's coming?
That's right.
Okay.
Yes.
And even some of the yellow, we've pared down a little bit. You guys, do they have to pare down?
They got the highlight down.
They did? Okay.
Yes.
Good.
Well, I'm saying I just don't want to go over that. I trust him.
Yeah.
Don't ever say that.
I know, I'm gonna capitalize on that, just wait now.
Trust but verify.
So, also, this, what we've done is on your maps, we have a nice neat boundary. It's kind of showing Ogden Valley City extracted out. So these maps are also really helpful to see, you know, zoning, some of the wildland areas, some of the open space areas, resort areas. So I think we'll still be able to use the maps from the Ogden Valley Plan, bring them over. A lot of the details related to commercial and resort development are a focus. We also have, since we have Ogden Canyon, we'll be bringing that up, things from Ogden Canyon. We're bringing that over. Things as far as, you know, street design, you know, to accommodate for pathways and, you know, what do you call it? Multi-use, yeah, multimodal.
But like, if I'm reading that, like the streetscape, isn't that already in our plan itself? Like, so do we need to bring that over, or you're just saying it's the same thing, so adopt it anyways, or?
It doesn't hurt.
Okay.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
So some of this isn't new to us.
No, in fact, a lot of the Western Weaver Plan, since I was heavily involved in writing the Ogden Valley Plan, a lot of the Western Weaver Plan kind of follows some of the same logic and layout.
Ogden Valley just made it so long nobody could do anything.
Right. So that's why we have
Which
highlighted.
we want to simplify.
Right, okay.
And we figure we'll treat this in the long term. Treat this a little bit like we treat the Uinta Highlands in our plan, where each chapter has just a little blurb about the Uinta Highlands area. So each chapter will have a little blurb about the Ogden Valley unincorporated area as well. But before we get to the point where we integrate it into the published plan, it'll just be an addendum that we attach to the back. We don't want to go to a lot of effort changing the published plan until the county commission's corridor study is done. And then we'll integrate it all in.
So if we're voting on this next week, is something to implement into ours, but there's, like, I'm reading public schools, and it's all about the schools that are in Ogden Valley. Are we needing to change verbiage and names, or are we, because this, like, public schools, Ogden Valley is in the Weaver School District, Snowcrest Junior High, Valley Elementary are both located in Eden Valley. Residents have expressed a desire to have high school in Ogden Valley. That doesn't apply to us at all.
No, is that highlighted?
That's highlighted.
I missed that one when I looked at it. Yeah, that kind of stuff can go.
We'll take that one out.
Circle it right now.
I did my homework for you, Felix. That's all you're getting out of me.
Oh, we love it. You're doing part of my job.
I told you I was going to treat it like high school, and that's about what I put into it.
Okay, thank you for the comments. And we'll look forward to seeing you again next month with a version that can be added in.
It's probably just going to be a Word document. Do you guys care about that? About how pretty or not pretty it
You're not
is?
going to give us pictures?
I mean, we can.
How am I going to keep my attention on it? We're good. So.
We'll get you some pictures.
Charlie, your turn. Unless everybody has comments for
Casey?
Felix, I'm sorry.
He can't put those kind of pictures in there that would keep your...
What? The ones you can color? Maybe some crayons?
Oh, that's your
All right.
Okay, moving on to our last item, right, Charlie?
Yep.
Let's see if you can be as good as Felix.
I will not be. I could already tell you.
We knew that already.
No surprises. So let me get on the Zoom, sorry.
Oh, yeah. Stop share.
If it's irrelevant, do we really have to discuss it that much, Charlie?
No. In fact, I'll walk you through a lot of this stuff. The stuff I'm handing out is not the entire set of changes. It is just samples. And it's still a stack. It's still a stack.
Can we hand these out? Do you want me to hand these out?
Yeah, let me steal one.
Okay.
Oh, man.
Oh, man, you probably assist.
This looks like 8:30.
This looks like trees.
Every time you pour that in there,
You start having to go to
it
the
like
bathroom.
sets everybody off.
But everybody starts fidgeting and you go. Well, I did. My lecture today was on urology, and every one of my students had to go to the bathroom when we were done.
Almost
Just
did.
talking about urine the whole time.
That's the only one that doesn't have one yet. Everyone else got one.
Oh, sweet.
Okay.
You want me to give you a lecture on it? How to place your bathroom?
I want to go kind of fast through this if you guys are okay with it, because there's a lot here.
Yeah.
Double speed.
I don't expect to get through all of this today. We'll probably have a couple of work sessions before we're ready to take it to adoption. Let me kind of tell you the model or the setup here. County has about 585 pages of code. Once we're done with this, we should be down to about 480 pages of code. So we're looking to eliminate about a fifth of the code with these changes here. The changes fall right in line with what Felix was talking about. Now that the Ogden Valley base or the valley area is incorporated, there's just a whole lot of irrelevant stuff. There's also a few little spots here and there where we've been a little bit hamstrung by the Ogden Valley politics in our desire to make things better on the Western Weaver side. Now that hamstringing isn't there, so we can make a lot of adjustments. So you'll see a little bit of that in here too.
So what's the key?
Okay.
You got yellow, green, some blue.
Yep. So at the top of the page and the bottom of the page, color key. The highlighted yellow, that is stuff that is specifically Ogden Valley Incorporated related. So being either eliminated or added or adjusted because of the incorporation. The green, and there's not a lot of green, that's a policy shift. I just noticed a few things here and there. I was like, I don't know if we really want to do something like that or this. And so I'll bring those up. The rest of the changes, the red and the blue, red is for being eliminated, blue is for being added. Those are all either, what did I say? Corrections, clarifications, consistency updates, accuracy, or irrelevant or not needed information. So you don't have to look at that unless you really want to look at it.
Thank you. So just the green ones we need to go over?
Yeah.
The blue?
So,
The blue's just-
so what I did, the other thing that I did with this handout is, because this is not all 580 pages, I just brought in one page from each section that we'll be looking at, just so you can kind of get a general understanding of what the proposal is, and so you can see that I'm not trying to sneak anything in. I know you guys wouldn't accuse me of that, but
we would.
that has been.
You can put some more trees in there somewhere.
Yeah.
Well,
Trees, clear up the sidewalk.
I skipped the tree section.
You haven't been to one of these meetings for a minute, have you, Jordan?
No, haven't. So you can see on that first page there, this is the very first page of, or the, I guess, third page of the county code. Most of the blue line and the red line that you're seeing, we're just updating references. A couple of times we update terms because we've got inconsistencies throughout different chapters. We just want to make sure they're aligned. Over the years, those of you who have been on the Planning Commission for a while, you guys know that I've been trying to take all of our zones and get them as consolidated as possible, so we've got consistency across the board. The long goal being that we've got one land use table with all zones listed in there, so we can see exactly how everything lines up. I think that work has paid off because it makes it really easy in some cases to pull Ogden Valley stuff out and just focus on stuff that's in Western Weaver. So on that front page, you see in highlighted references to the Ogden Valley area also include the Ogden Canyon area. I highlight that just to show that is something that is being changed because of the incorporation. We will still have the canyon. So we've got the densest areas that of the Ogden Valley area that the unincorporated county is responsible for is in the canyon and up at Snow Basin.
Up to the spillway?
Yes. Yep, up to just a little bit beyond the spillway, which that's why I handed the maps out if you want to see where we're talking about.
So like Wheeler Creek and that house that's down there is ours.
Yep. Yep. So the other thing that you'll notice in these documents here is the Ogden Valley polygon, the new city polygon, doesn't concisely line up with the zoning lines. We've got like 3 or 4 parcels left over in the AV3 zone, 2 or 3 parcels left over in the FV3 zone. It really kind of made it so it was hard to consolidate some of these things. So I'll show you how I've addressed that in this document as well. So first page, just showing you how we're addressing things, highlighting. Page 10, nothing. See 14. So page 14, line 442. This is a teaser for something that you'll see later in the code.
Cluster.
Deleting. So we're deleting the cluster subdivision code. You'll see that a little bit later in the code, but any kind of definition will go with that. Any related definition will go with that.
Did they do clusters up there?
They did, yeah. It was actually really effective up there. It was the reason why clusters was never pulled from the code, even after the general plan for Western.
So theirs works then?
Because they have 3 acre minimum. Yeah, so the only way to get reasonable housing in there is if you do clusters. So, okay, flipping some pages over. Page 69. You can see we've already gone through 69 pages of code. Good job, everyone. Really efficient. So this is just the table of zoning districts, zoning categories. So deleting the agricultural valley AV3 zone, deleting the forest residential FR3 zone. Next page, deleting both of the mobile manufacturing home zones, deleting the commercial valley zones, and the manufacturing valley zone, the sensitive land overlay zone, and instead of, so the CVR1 zone we're modifying. So CVR commercial valley recreation, I think is what that one is. We're just changing it to the CR zone, commercial recreation. And we're taking it out of a recreation designation and placing it into commercial. We've only got 4 parcels, I think, that have CVR1 zone. 2 are in the canyon, the lodges, the Oaks, and the Alaskan, I think. And then we've got 2 pieces up on top of Powder Mountain in the CVR1 zone. Both of them have multifamily residential on them, so I don't see a whole lot of this applying to them in the future. Yep, you got it. So moving on. Okay, so page 71, I wanted to take a little bit of time to go over this with you guys just to make sure you're comfortable with it. Again, we're not trying to change the way that we're doing things, we're just trying to clarify what needs to be done. Right now, the title of starting on line 2308, the title of the section is Boundaries of Zones. I'm suggesting we just change that to Interpreting the Zoning Map. Because these zoning maps were hand-drawn initially back in 1966 up here in the Ogden Valley, that was translated over into CAD drawings in the 90s, and that was translated over into GIS. They didn't translate very efficiently, and so we're going to find weird lines and weird spots that might show zoning on property that isn't quite accurate. And so what this does is it gives the planning director the ability to get in and say, historically, based off of the section line maps, based on historic parcel lines, based off of where ditches are and where rivers are, that zoning boundary should be here, not here. And you'll see, well, actually, you probably can't see it on these maps, but if we zoomed in to the edge of their city called straight to a section line. I'm sure that our code called straight to the same section line, but whoever drew it 10 feet over. So now we have a little sliver of what would be city zoning. In those particular cases, this gives the planning director the authority to make a modification to the official map without it being declared as a map amendment under state statute. Don't have to have a hearing or anything like that. It also gives the planning director the authority to punt it, basically, if he thinks that really it's not clear, to give it to you guys in a public hearing and just go through the normal process. So that's what this section is intended to be about. If you flip it over to page 72, it's the same thing. So just more of the same. So for example, whenever a zone boundary appears on a historic maps, to follow the configuration of historic property lines established at the time, said historic property lines shall be deemed to be the boundary of the zone. Any questions or concerns about that? Okay. Let's see. Okay, page 78, excuse me. This is what chapter? Oh, this is the agricultural zones. So I just grabbed a random page in the agricultural zones just to show you. We're deleting the AB3 zone and making an adjustment to animal hospital or clinic, saying just veterinary facility, and you'll see that adjustment throughout the rest of the code. I haven't flagged all of those inconsistencies, so the final document that you guys eventually get, you might see a few more of those adjustments. There are, according to ChatGPT, probably close to 100 definitions in the definition chapter that don't go anywhere. There's no reference to them in the rest of the code. It's just from 1943, from the model zoning ordinance all the way till now, things have been adjusted enough that some of those things just didn't get transferred through. So that'll be nice to get those cleaned up too. Okay, next page 89, right?
86?
Oh, 86. Same thing. So still in the agricultural zones, just showing you that's the lot development standards. Just making adjustments to the formatting to make sure everything flows the right way. Long term, if you were to say, I'm looking at section 104-2-5.040. That 5.040, whether you're in chapter 2, chapter 5, chapter 20, 5.020 will always be front yard setbacks. That may not be anything that you guys care about, but from a administration perspective, having that level of consistency is super helpful. We always know, if somebody says you're in this section, oh, I know that's always going to be setbacks or whatever. Okay, next page, more of the same, just for the RE15 and RE20 zones. The RE15 and RE20 zones, we never got codified into the new formatting that most of our other zones are codified into. So that's all we do here. As you guys know, because we've done this before, when we make those adjustments, sometimes we have to make some judgment calls for consistency purposes. Not intended to change how we're doing it, just intended to provide a little bit more clarity should any of those terrible questions ever come up. So,
Can I ask a dumb question? Just because it popped into my head.
It could be dumb, smart, whatever.
What is kind of the population of the area that's still in unincorporated Weber County?
7?
That was not historically in western Weber County's code?
I don't actually.
And, sorry, I didn't mean to put you on the spot.
It's in the hundreds. It's not in the thousands. So I couldn't give you a direct answer on that, but we can count up residences and give you an approximation.
Just was wondering how much effect this has on what's left. That's all.
That's one of the reasons why I'm making some bold decisions in here. That's one of the reasons why some of them are so bold. Let's make our code as efficient as we can for Weber County, which means some pretty big changes for how some of the hinterland areas would otherwise be governed if this was still Ogden Valley. So,
Okay.
Good observation. Population center at the top of the mountain, at Powder Mountain, and then in the canyon. That's really all we're looking at as far as people go.
Right.
Okay, next page, Forest Residential Zone, FR1 and FR3. So the FR1, that is only in the Ogden Canyon. Forest Residential 1. So we're going to keep that. The FR3 zone, I'm suggesting we delete FR3 and instead use the R3A zone. R3A is the multifamily residential attached. We've got a little bit of FR3 up on the top of Powder Mountain area. So if we say that's R3, or anything that's listed on the map as FR3 automatically translates to R3A, that is essentially in keeping with what they already have up there, and getting rid of a whole zone. So, okay, next zone. What was this one here? So page 115. Oh, sorry, 114 and then 115. Just shows you how I've incorporated the FV3 and the FR1 zone into the forest zones. I selected the FV3 instead of the AV3 as the one that we kept, just because the ones that are left over are really on the benches where the forest starts. So it makes more sense for it to be the forest zone. 3 stands for 3 acre minimum lot size. Rick and I, we talked a little bit about just, why don't we just bite the bullet and zone them to either the 5 acre zone or the 1 acre zone. We would like the dust to settle a little bit on the controversy of the Ogden Valley, and that is the Ogden Valley, before we start making adjustments like that, especially if we don't need that kind of controversy now to make these codes work. Okay, you can see on page 115 just how I've integrated those into the forest zone. Events facility, small, so a small events facility, you'll see those lines added in where the FR1 or the FV3 had a use that for whatever reason our F5, F10, and F40 zone didn't have. But that's the only stuff that you'll see being adjusted. Flip the page to page 121. The highlighting there, that's just adding in bed and breakfast because the FV3 zone allows bed and breakfast where the F5, F10, and F40 zones didn't.
Is it allowed? Where is it allowed?
So the FV3 zone, if you look at the map, it's really minimal. There's a little bit of FV3 up at Powder Mountain, and then a little bit on the edges of the city. So just little pieces. I'll bet you total acreage is probably close to 30 or 40 acres
So they're
total.
not allowed anywhere else in the county, bed and breakfast? Won't be allowed for some reason.
I don't think it's allowed anywhere else.
Yeah.
FV3 and it might be in the FR1 as well, but I don't think we allow them anywhere else in the county. And if it's something you would like to add in, this is a good time to do it.
I just remember talking about it. That was just, I don't know. I don't feel that.
Let me, I'll check to verify.
Is there a place
I mean,
out west that somebody would want one?
If they have a farm, I can see someone wanting
Bed and breakfasts are allowed with
Or even a
agritourism.
cottage home.
for part of agritourism.
That's
There we
probably
go.
where you
That's
got it.
covered. That's probably what we talked about. Okay.
Good call. Okay. Page 122, line 3036. I think I understand now the loving affinity that the Ogden Valley had for 6,200 feet above sea level, that elevation.
And what is it?
It is just below the base of the Snow Basin Ski Resort. And so there is a ton of stuff in here tied to the 6,200 feet elevation. I don't think it's a great way to govern. I would rather govern based off of easier to understand, see, and visualize standards as opposed to saying 6,200 feet. It took me a little bit to figure out where exactly that was and why. But if you guys would rather see 6,200 stay, we could certainly keep that kind of stuff. But it seems most prolific when we're talking about heliports or parking. And I don't know if you recall from a few years back, last year I think, year before last, the Forest Service proposed a heliport for fire and search and rescue up there at Anderson Grove. People, the community, they just unleashed on the Forest Service. They don't want helicopters flying over their houses.
Do they want it again?
Right. So my suggestion on these helipads, heliports, is we don't need to limit them to 6,200 feet and above. They could be, probably right on the border of the city if they need to be.
So we could contact them, tell them to put the helipad.
Well, contact Forest Service and let them know.
I get it.
It's really that one now.
Okay. Let's see.
I mean,
Hey.
for emergency purposes, that's like, I can see not wanting I think like a millionaire wanting to disrupt everyone every.
Fly over Andrew's house and my house and Cammy's house every day.
Oh, they
Well,
do?
if it's-
Training helicopter.
If it's a fire deal and they need to transport people up there, I think they would want it.
Every
Yeah,
time I hear
emergency.
the Air Force Base jets, I just think freedom. I don't think,
Me
oh, that's
too.
noisy.
But I mean, even the training ones from the Ogden Airport, they're over our house every single day.
Yeah.
But it's landing, when you land near somebody's property,
I've
it's
worked at a hospital
not.
at Lifelight, it's not that big of a deal.
So
Rich
adjusting,
people can have some safety at the same time. On the record.
so adjusting heliports to be allowed below 6,200, that would also include a millionaire wanting to have a helipad. So
No, we can't allow that. They don't want safety, they can't
They
be
do.
personal.
Well, you're saying what you're taking out is to be determined.
But yeah,
Okay.
if you have property in the unincorporated
It has
area,
to be
you can,
200 feet from a property line, so there's
Mhm.
buffers.
Yeah, there's buffers and all that. It was
They are.
it wasn't the distance, it was the sound. It was the thwomp, 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 thwomp that people were really worried
Which,
about.
which is probably a real
They need a little
concern
more
because there's a neighborhood up close to Powder Mountain that has that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Like
Yep,
where
there's,
they fly in.
Yep.
I don't know if I know
Yep.
where it's on the land.
In fact, I think that's why the original kerfuffle came about with the Ogden Valley Public was because of hella skiing. And they didn't want low flight patterns over the valley floor.
Which honestly makes sense, but could we write in that emergency ones are different? Because they're not coming in back and forth, they're there for a purpose, right?
Yeah, I'm going to be honest with you. I mean, we can do that.
If we were really feeling like they should have that, the Forest Service
Yeah.
should have that.
Yeah, we could do that if you do want to keep in the 6,200 feet, but with exceptions for the Forest Service. We don't get a lot of requests for heliports.
We don't.
Nobody ever really talks to us. I really don't think it's a thing that we need to worry about.
And the
I
Olympics
think
coming
it,
in and all these mega wealthy people coming in,
And
they want that stuff.
I do see that potential coming in for the Olympics, and if they are coming in and asking, I mean, they'll have to get a land use permit, but do we want to have to change the code or put a special agreement together?
Let's
Or just
leave it as
allow it?
emergency.
It's kind of what I thought too.
I think you've buffered it well enough here.
I thought so.
If there's a fire and there's an emergency, Forest Service or whatever is going to be doing it anyways, right?
Yep. Or the county will, or the sheriff's department will. Yeah.
So-
Yep. Okay, flipping over to page 126. I'm trying to keep my eye out for green highlighting. So S1 zone. This zone was clearly built for the Ogden Valley for the zoning around the reservoir. However, the entire lake is zoned S1. The Great Salt Lake is zoned S1. I don't think there is any area within the S1 zone that's not publicly owned property, so it's probably pretty inconsequential. But I just wanted to make sure we made the adjustments so that we weren't calling out Pine View Reservoir and whatnot.
Remind me what S1 is.
Shoreline. Shoreline, yep. In doing so, flip the page over to accessory uses. One of the things that is allowed in the S1 zone in the Ogden Valley on 5-acre minimum lot sizes is things like dwelling units and agriculture and all that kind of stuff. Where now the S1 zone only exists, well, with the exception of the spillway, it only exists in the Western Weaver. I don't know that we need residential uses or agricultural uses. Do you guys care?
Well, why would we want to exclude them? Because there are a lot of homes on the shoreline. Is there a problem with that?
There isn't any homes on the shoreline.
Are they publicly owned? Is that what you're saying?
It's all publicly owned property.
Oh, so there's no property that someone could build a home on?
Right.
Oh, okay, that makes more
Right.
sense, sorry.
You got it.
Okay.
Okay. 138. Okay, now we're in the residential zones. Just some little adjustments. You can see here on page line 339. This is how we addressed the change from FR3 to R3. So any R3 or FR3 zone shown on the zoning map or elsewhere in the land use code is a reference to the R3A. R3A maximum density is like 14.3 units to the acre or something like that. I didn't want to go R3S because that's like 26 units to the acre, and it might be a little more than we bargained for in some of those areas. Okay, next page over, FV3, doing some deleting. Next page, 156, that's the mobile home, doing some deleting there.
I think just since you brought up mobile home, with all these that are talking about affordable, but they don't want major developments going in, I think we should start suggesting mobile homes again, just so they get the perception.
Actually-
Oh yeah, we really don't want to go down that road again, right?
Yeah, and technically in Western Weaver, maybe it was in Ogden Valley too, you could do a mobile home on a 1 acre lot.
I mean, that's not what I want by any means, but when I keep hearing all these people balk about it, I've been thinking, I'm like, how would they feel if mobile homes were coming back? They
Right.
really complain about that, right?
Right. Affordability.
I don't even know if those are affordable anymore. I
They
mean,
are.
that's the problem
They
is,
are, but
like
they're
the
not-
lot rent
talk
that
about
they
the
charge
quality.
now,
Get a quality's bad.
that gets crazy.
So one question I have on the mobile home zone, there are some types of uses that have gone through the court process and have been determined to be required. For example, sexually oriented businesses every jurisdiction has to have an area where an SOB can occur. I'm checking in with our legal to find out if mobile homes are the same. Something in the back of my head gives me reason to think maybe
I thought
we
you were trying
do
to
have
tie
to
them
have.
together. Like,
Well,
say that's
which
what-
version? You know what? We've got the gravel zone, we've got the mining zone.
I get it.
It could be sexually oriented business, mobile home, and hair care zone.
Moving right along.
Okay. So looking at the page 161, this is just how we're addressing it with the commercial zones. So the CB1 goes away, the CB2 goes away, the CBR1 gets pulled out of its own chapter, changes to CR1, goes into this chapter here. So really, just the highlighting you here is just adding that kind of stuff in or deleting the specific references, deleting specific references to Western Weber and Ogden Valley. Now it's just Weber County. Okay, page 162, same, just showing you kind of an example of how that looks in the use table. 182, that's just showing you how it looks in the lot development standards table.
Ogden Valley gonna allow antique shops
Um,
in certain, well, I guess certain zones. but
So,
sorry that we don't have to-
actually, that's a good observation. So in the full version, when you guys get your hands on it, you're going to see in the commercial zones that there are some uses that looked like they were disallowed, not allowed in the Ogden Valley. It's because the Ogden Valley commercial zones were created, basically whoever created them took Weber County commercial zones, changed it to CV1, and eliminated 90% of the uses that are allowed. Not realizing that when you do that, you are explicitly prohibiting those uses. Now, for the last 20, 30 years since those zones have existed, it hasn't been executed that way. Like if you wanted to, what did you say was not allowed?
Antiques.
Yeah,
Antique
for example,
shops.
antiques, that probably would have fallen under, we probably would have found a way to get that to fall under a different kind of use.
It just was interesting because they kept this packet that you highlighted had all this heritage stuff, and you would think that they would want things like that to be in
Right.
there, and even the art stuff. Okay.
So
sorry.
what I had to do when the Ogden Valley zones didn't mention those uses is I just had to fill in the blank, and I just kind of did it based off of what the next, like the C1 zone is.
Okay.
The CR1, that is the commercial recreation, so it's a little bit more recreation oriented. So I just tried to get it to line up with that purpose. Okay, page 185, same thing, just for the
Can I make
NV1.
a suggestion just on that table that I saw, like the archery shop for the CR1? That seems like that, it says not permitted, right, with an N?
Mm-hmm.
I would think that should be permitted.
Yep, I agree.
It would make sense for a recreation area.
I agree.
And same with the art and artist supply store.
And
Maybe. I might be pushing it, but. I mean, just like.
The
trying to
gallery
think
is
like-
permitted, but the art and artist supply store is not permitted.
well, we want to be rich and go to the art galleries, but we don't want to have to deal with the poor artists.
The
No,
artist.
yeah, we don't want people making art.
I think those both should have a P.
That goes back to the mobile home thing.
Yeah.
That guy's got to live in a mobile home.
What were they thinking?
I got to tease a little bit. I did ask AI to create me a list of names for the new city based purely off of information it pulls from public sources based off the type of people that live in the Ogden Valley, essentially is what I told it. And I got 100 names. My favorite one was rustic but expensive.
So, remind me what CR1 stands
They're
for.
messing around with
Commercial
AI too
recreation.
much.
Commercial recreation, so no studios for dance,
Yeah,
art, and
that should
sports
be a
in
P
commercial
as well.
recreation. That seems strange.
Because you're talking like karate, things like that, right?
Dance.
Yeah, sports.
Okay.
And that's okay,
Tons
but
of
there's not
sports
parking
training
for
centers
that.
now. That would be
Yeah.
recreation, right?
Okay, if you want, what I'll do is I'll go through and make adjustments to make them more flexible and permissible. At some point, well, actually, CR1, one of the biggest difference between the CR1 and the C1 zone is the CR1 zone allows recreation resort. And inside of a recreation resort complex, you could get dwelling units, but you can't get that in the C1 zone. So as long as it's a single managed recreation complex, you can get condos, timeshares, that, you know,
And it's conditional in
hotels.
C1, so maybe that's appropriate. You think of that a little bit more.
Oh,
Okay.
but C1, oh, because it's manufacturing to have air conditioning, sales and service, amusement enterprises. I'm looking at everything.
Yeah, so
You can't have an antique store in a commercial
Yeah,
zone?
that's the one you said should be changed.
Oh, yeah, that one. And you still can't have an archery shop. Nobody wants archery.
I just changed that to a P, so we'll fix that.
An art supply store? What did they have against art supply store?
I'll change that to a P as well. And it doesn't mean that they specifically prohibited it. It just wasn't listed where it was listed in the other C zones, and so had to make a judgment call. But I'll go through and put more effort into making some adjustments.
Most of those would be
Mhm.
similar. Yeah.
Okay.
Recreational equipment and sporting goods sales or rentals.
100% of that should be in there. So things like air conditioning, sales and service, that is a little bit more
Yeah.
heavy intensity.
Manufacturing, yeah.
Unless you add in kayaking as part of the activity, you know,
Yeah, that's right.
of sales and service of
Mixed use business.
I like it. Okay, next page, page 182, just showing the same thing for the lot development standards, making some adjustments. In the CBR1 zone, the lot development standards are interesting. They are reflective of what's in the R3 zone, but the only allowance for residential is inside of those recreation resort communities. So what I did instead was, I didn't give you guys a copy of it. In the supplemental standards section, I just listed that a recreation resort minimum lot development standards is this. It's a completely different thing. But everything else for the CR1 is just copied and paste from what the C1 and C2 and C3 zones have. Okay. Okay. Manufacturing, page 185, just more of the same, different zone. Okay, what do we got here? Form base. So here's some adjustments to form base. So removing specific references to the Ogden Valley on page 206, adding just a little bit of clarifiers to some of the details in the form-based zone. Flip to page 219, you'll see that we governed a few things in the form-based zone a little bit differently between Ogden Valley and Western Weber, just deleting that stuff out. Okay, page 230, get into a little bit more of a substantive change. Right now, the form-based zone requires transferable development rights, even in Western Weber. So if we were to approve either of the two form-based requests that we heard today, we would have to, by development agreement, either exempt them from a transferable development right requirement or apply something else. Now, our form-based zone, we did write in there that in Western Weber, transferable development rights are required. It can come from any of the A1, A2, and A3 zones, and it can be transferred at a ratio of 1 to 3. Where we've got very few areas that we want long-term to stay agriculture, my sense from you guys on other conversations is maybe we don't care so much about transferable development rights. Does that stay the same?
Yeah, but how do we get to where they want it to be on that density?
They'd have to go buy property somewhere and put a conservation easement on it, and all the units that they would retire off of that conservation easement, they could bring over and times it by 3. So they could do that, but boy, do you want commercial villages? Because if you want them, you're not gonna. You'll give them density. You won't make them move it.
But what you're proposing here, Charlie, is not to have that, but to actually assign a certain square footage amount to small, medium, those types of units.
Yeah. Are you on page 230?
Oh, I'm on 232.
You're
Sorry.
jumping ahead.
Oh.
That's the surprise.
Oh,
Let me give him the surprise in a minute. I just wanted to.
He was solving the problem already.
I just wanted to get a general overarching sense
We already
of
have this in our code.
do we
I
want
don't
to do
think we need
TDRs or
it.
not?
I don't think there's that big a use.
Well, it's an affordability issue too. If I've got to come to you and buy the
The
rights
land.
that you have, and I don't even have to buy the land, I can just buy a conservation easement on your property. You're not going to sell it to me for anything less than it would give you
Like
in
the price, yeah.
return on investment, right? So you'll keep the land, you'll be able to still farm it, get some product out of that. So maybe it's not the full development value, but you're certainly going to sell it to me for a pretty good penny. That directly affects affordability. It directly affects the motivation. And if we got developers telling us they're having a hard time getting what we want to pencil as it is.
Did they use it up there in the valley?
They did. That was their MO was.
And did it work?
No.
They did want to limit
then
areas.
Why should we create something that?
It's my take as well.
But they really did want to, there were certain areas they actually wanted to conserve.
They had specific areas that they had identified for conservation, but more than that, their thing with the TDRs was our zone. We don't want any more density than what the maximum zoning can do right now. And we knew exactly what that number was. We did the math 6 ways from Sunday, and it's right about 15,000 dwelling units. If they build to their full capacity, it's about 15,000. They didn't want 15,001. And so in order for a developer to be able to make something pencil in a commercial area, they would have to go buy those units to pull that density in. But that affected the ability for it to pencil. So they hated the developers. They really didn't want to enable the developers to do development, but they also didn't want development spread out everywhere. And so from what I could tell, and boy, I'm going to be more candid than I should be, from what I could tell, they were paying lip service as opposed to actually asking for something. What they really wanted was to have an economy that was so challenging to actually afford development that the only type of people that could move in are a specific type of person or no one.
So like California's getting.
Well, the population up there tends to lean heavily towards people who come from California.
The only one in this
Yeah.
table that could go there.
So my recommendation would be to throw out TDRs, but if you guys want to keep it, I want to be respectful of
I
that.
guess the hard thing, I don't want to make the housing more affordable, but
Less-
despite all the that we heard.
What was that again?
Actually, that's what my notes say.
So sad. We have 2 Ferraris. Another one. Sorry. I know too many developers. It's hard. Not Uncle Ted. He's a good guy.
How many
No.
Ferraris do you have, Jen?
They come in all different chicken sizes, but ages. The truth is, the homes are selling for market value no matter what, and they either do it or they don't. Really, we're giving them more density. I'm really forcing the quality aspect because I'm like, if we're giving you density, we're going to sell a crappy home for $460,000, or we're going to sell a decent home for $460,000. So that's my push to them.
Yep.
Is they keep saying they're going to make it more affordable, and I'm like, no, you're not.
They're going to make their margins bigger.
You're going to make your margins bigger, and you're going to sell crap, and then we're already stuck with crap for 100 years.
There's nothing un-American about that. you
Nope,
know.
I
They may
100%
not
agree.
be the ones
100%
actually
agree.
building them. They're
Right.
just trying to propose something so they can have somebody else do that.
And
And then
that's
they have
the
no
biggest
control.
problem.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
For me, with the TDRs, we have a general plan, right?
Mhm.
That outlines what we want in whatever area. So really, there shouldn't be any trading needed.
The general
Fits that
plan,
general plan, right?
our general plan does say TDRs to conserve agricultural properties. But from what I've heard since 2022, oh geez, coming up on 4 years.
We did have some of that over there by 4700 and in that area. We had that slated for that.
We did. So the map shows everywhere that currently has, or at least in 2022, had an agricultural protection area applied to it, were slated for transferable development rights. But we never really wrote a decisive program on how that would work. Right. And it just...
It's hard. I don't love TDRs, but at the same time, right now, we designated area and said, this land is more valuable. So if we don't require a TDR, that money's just going to go to the landowner in the form-based zone. So we're not making housing more affordable.
Oh, I
You
see
see what I
saying.
mean?
Yeah.
Like the money's either gonna go to pay for the TDR or it's gonna go to the landowner who we rolled the dice and we gave them better zoning.
Yeah, I 100% agree with you. TDR is a bit of a shell game. TDR is downzone this property to upzone this property,
Yeah.
right? You can't do that in a market where lots of properties are being upzoned. Because now you just have, if we're just giving upzones to everyone, it's just a flood on the market. So if we wrote a TDR program, we would have to say you have to bring the rights over from a piece of property that has not been upzoned since prior to 2022 or something like that, so that we can.
Or from the areas we said in that we actually do want to preserve. If there's
Yeah.
enough of those that it's competitive enough that it's not expensive.
So I have kept an element of that, but not in form-based. I put that in the destination recreation resort zone, and I'll show you that in just a second.
Yeah, I don't know how to balance that out, because I just feel like the homes aren't gonna.
In my opinion, the
Just
best
get
way to
that
do
bonus.
what I think we want done, what our general plan calls for, is a rezone. We're going to give you this incredible zone if you go let us downzone that property. It's cleaner. You're not lying on your map on what you actually have. You're directly changing. So, for example,
you purchase something else and downzone it?
yeah, or it's part of your same property and it's a park. Ben Lomond or Lomond View did that, right? 300 feet along that river. That's zoned 01 right now. In exchange for all of the density that would have gone in that 01 area, still being allowed inside of their R150.
And I guess if we require the $7,500 per unit, that kind of covers it.
Right.
They're putting in more density, but they're paying the same amount per unit. So.
Right. The other thing is the general plan talks about trying to do TDRs for ag conservation, but I think we all are of the same opinion. It's going to be really hard to conserve viable agricultural parcels within densifying communities. We only have one area in Western Weber where we're talking about leaving it ag on our land use map, and that's in Warren, right? And that's still listed as, well, I guess it's listed as ag. So I guess we could potentially say do TDRs, but that's the area you're going to pull them from, assuming there are people in that area who are willing to sell them.
So I guess my final perspective, sorry, after running this through,
You good?
I'd say we definitely make them pay the $7,500 commitment, but then we still look at what we allow and make sure that we're building quality homes, realizing they're getting density.
Yes.
Then we can require viable properties. You know, they're getting a lot.
Yes, 100% agree. And
Let's
if you want
put that
housing
money
affordability,
into requiring a quality product.
yep. And if you want housing affordability, supply. You know, bring that supply up.
Supply's gonna
and-
drive it. Yeah.
Yep.
Not
Okay.
rezoning, unfortunately.
Okay.
TDR's
So
out then, is that what we've concluded?
in the form-based zone, we'll come back to TDRs in the DR1 zone in just a minute. All right, flipping the page, 232, nothing. Here's some green. 235, there's a policy shift. In the medium lot residential and medium large lot residential, if you're in the form-based zone and you're building on a street that is one of those two street types, what the code currently says is your minimum setback is 30 feet. I'm suggesting we change that to average. So the average of, and if you look at that note, is that a 3? Note 3 says, nope.
8.
8?
Yeah, my glasses
8?
on.
Oh, thank you. 8 is on the back. 8 says average of other buildings on the same side of the street within 100 feet. So that way you're not getting one building here and one building here and one building here. You're getting a little bit more consistency by sticking with that average. Ogden
What
City
happens if
has,
they're building both sides of the street and there isn't a standard set?
it's just on the same side of the street. Maybe I need to say that. Did that answer your question?
I thought you
I'm
said
not
opposite.
sure. Average of street. I'm confused on what it's referencing.
So average setback. So it's referencing a setback standard. So it's the average setback of average front setback of other buildings on the same side of the street within 100 feet.
But what if there are no buildings within 100 feet on that side of the street? Like today, what was brought to us, they'd be like, I can just set my front setback at whatever I want.
Why do you have to be so reasonable? How about 30 feet or, that's actually how Ogden City does it, 30 feet or the average of that block.
And it's probably okay, but those lots are small to do the 20 feet. Is there a reason to do 30?
So Rick and I talked a little bit about this.
Actually, 25 is better for driveways.
So go back to page 232. One of the things that I was hoping to put forward, but we're a little bit concerned that the commissioners aren't going to go for it yet because I think they want the dust to settle as well a little bit, and they want to see how our general plan amendment is going to go before they start making substantive changes. Rick and I had talked a little bit, and I thought it'd be a good idea to actually eliminate the rigidity of lot development standards in the form-based zone, like should have been in the first place, because form-based isn't necessarily about rigidity, it's about flexibility. And so I thought maybe we could bring over some of that flexibility that we put into the R zones. We just...
Yeah, so you meet the setbacks, but not worry about the...
So we set the density standard, lot sizes can flex, the setbacks, meet the minimum setbacks, but we...
Not worry about the lot size.
Allow those to be even reduced. However, I think Rick and I agree that this needs to be done. It's just probably not the right time right now to do it. We don't think the commissioners will go for it.
And
so
we do have like the restrictions for garage facing. I guess that's what we may not have in the form-based zone that we want to add, is to make sure that we don't end up with the garage row, because we have that for the R zone, but not in the form-based code. And from what we saw today, I'd rather see that.
We do.
We do?
Well, we have it for small lot residential and bigger.
But not.
We didn't have it for multifamily because I just did not anticipate I anticipated we'd see stacked flats, not townhomes, front load townhomes. And so you'll see here on vehicle access with side rear. Oh, here we go. On line 4392. This is in reference to setbacks. So the setback minimum may be reduced to 15 feet if the lot's only vehicle access is over a side or rear lot line adjacent to an alley that complies with that section, and no garage door faces the street. We also have on the next page, page 236, very top line, no parking area, pad, or driveway within the front setback shall be less than 20 feet deep when measured from the front lot line, and no garage door shall face the front lot line adjacent to a street unless setback no less than 30 feet from the front lot line.
Oh, okay.
So we're just adding in the same standards that we had in for residential in those respects, so that when these guys get their form-based zone, they can't do
So you do
front-facing
have to have,
garages.
You have to have a 30-foot driveway, and that's what I want to make sure.
Yep.
Okay, so
You
we do
got it.
have it. That's kind of confusing though. So if you don't, no parking area, pad, or driveway within the front setback should be less than 20 feet deep when measured from the front lot line.
So if you don't have a garage, or if you have
It's
a
like
parking,
a carport, you can do it. Okay.
or just a parking pad, and maybe your garage is somewhere else, but you got a RV pad or something.
Okay.
Well, if it's RV, we probably need deeper than 20, but
But more for carports.
yes.
Okay.
Yep.
That makes more sense. Okay.
Sorry,
Thank you. I like that.
more for garages, less if it's just a standalone parking pad. Okay. Again, there's a lot more work that I think needs to be done in the form-based zone to make it the flexible zone that we would like to use out west, but this probably isn't the right time.
So if we string this out, say till after June, let's just say June, for possible political reasons, can we actually take action on any of this stuff after that? Because I'm really frustrated in hearing the same thing we heard when we were doing the general plan. And that is, and let's not kid each other, because of the election, we can't proceed with anything because public perception is keen here. Well, how long do we have to keep working under these kind of pretenses to not get anything done?
Right. That's a great question.
I had to say it because I'm just boiling over here because it's all just BS. We can't do anything because we've got an election coming up.
So
Go ahead.
no, you're right. I am committed to coming back and revisiting the form-based zone as soon as I am allowed to do so.
After November?
So how important is it?
You only
How
really
important is
gotta
it for
wait
us to
till
do it
June.
now?
And
Do you
then
still
you're
need to do
okay.
some of it and get it done?
I would suggest do what we're looking at here. So I tried to pull back and tame it a little bit so that it wouldn't run afoul of what the commissioners may or may not want. And I haven't been part of those conversations, so I don't know all the logic behind it. But
Nice cover.
I've only tried to take the small surgical changes that we definitely need and leave the bigger overhaul to
make
a
it
little later.
work for now.
Can we
Yeah.
just make the adjustment in the multifamily residential to make sure we don't have row of townhome garages?
They don't have to work.
It's already in there. Oh, wait. Oh, you mean in form-based?
In form-based townhomes.
We don't
Can we
get
add
paid.
that one? Would that be
Uh-huh.
too political? I
Yeah,
think
no-
we really
No, that's,
need to.
so what I'm suggesting here is what we're suggesting we pitch to the commissioners. So including the front-facing garages.
But that's only in medium lot. I don't have the
Yeah.
heading, so I'm not sure.
Let me get.
But I don't think the multifamily residential, did you say the townhomes doesn't have a provision to prevent a row of garage doors?
So-
And that can face an alley, but driving around, I'm not, you don't have, can you imagine a public street and it is just garage doors?
It's terrible.
It's pretty bad.
Yeah,
It
and
makes you feel like you're driving down an alley.
it's the very first thing that I told those guys. Said, guys, this is not going to go anywhere. I'm pretty sure the Planning Commission is still on the same page that I'm on, which is we don't need our utility doors being our streetscape. There's a different way to do this. That said, yes, and I do. What I
We
do
can't
have
do that, it does make
is
sense.
here. It's just I missed the page, so
Okay.
I'll bring the whole thing next time we chat about this.
As long as you do it, that's fine.
Okay.
I trust you to do it.
Okay. Hey, well, trust but verify, right? I think
Yeah.
sometimes I think I did something and I did the opposite of what I meant to do. Okay, page 239. If you look at the table, the height table, the form-based zone originally had a maximum height of 60 feet. The Ogden Valley Planning Commission asked for that to be brought down to 40 feet. They just didn't want to see taller buildings. I thought that was a mistake, especially if they wanted to swallow up transferable development rights. It's a lot easier
Go
to
up
do
in
this
there.
than it is to do that. But anyway, so I'm suggesting we go back to the 60 feet that we were at before, and then on page 240. So 60 feet except 35 feet if no more than 2 stories for any part of a building within 20 feet of a public street right of way. So 20 feet and then, wait, what did I say? Oh, 35 feet. And then once you get to that 35-foot threshold, you got to go back 20 feet and then you can go up to 60.
Okay.
So it's basically the step back that we've talked about for those commercial buildings. Okay.
Charlie, is so you have a super tall building you're looking straight up at? Is that your, just looking down on the sidewalk or something? Is that your theory behind that?
Yeah. If you look at this building here on the corner, you've got essentially, I don't know if it's one or, I think it's 2 stories, and then it steps back a bit, and then you've got apartments that go up. It's if you were to look at the streetscape and draw a V, that's the sunlight that hits the road. Yeah, so it makes it feel a little bit more open while still having those commercial storefronts right up next to the street.
Okay.
Okay, architectural design. I need some help with this.
That's why Sarah's here. She's the architect.
The grumbler.
So right now, form-based zone Western Weber, the only design theme is agrarian.
240?
Page 248. Well, 247, 248. I'm suggesting that you add in the allowance of Old West and Mountain Modern, which I have suggested Mountain Modern be renamed to not Mountain Modern, just Modern. This gives you 3 theme options. This is one of the sections that I think will be critical for us to come back and revisit at a later time. Figuring out on an area by area basis with area plans what the design theme is for each village area. But if you look through the design pages, just the image, hey, picture book for you. There you go. I knew I had some in
I need
here.
them. I was just saying, hey, do you have something? I don't know
You
what this
woke him
means.
up.
I can guess Western, but I don't know about the rest.
So you got the Old West style for a few pages, and then you've got the agrarian style for a few pages. Now, when you're
Tell me
looking,
which one's which, Charlie? I'm sorry.
yeah, you're looking at Old West right there.
Still Old West.
Still Old West. Yep, you'll see. You'll notice it's agrarian. It's pretty noticeably
so
agrarian.
agrarian is meaning looking like a barn.
Yep, basically.
Agriculture.
Yeah. Now
We call
the
barns out there. We don't do this out there. Sounds like a pigeon name. Doesn't it? Sounds like a type of pigeon.
Yeah.
if you look at page 256, this is an example. 256 and 255 and 56. The words are more important than the pictures. The words are the minimum design standards. The pictures are designed to those minimum design standards. I actually asked AI to design for me the worst looking building I could possibly design that still complies with these standards. We might need to tune some of this a little bit in the future because it did produce some pretty ugly buildings that still complied.
Like Dr. Seuss type stuff, or
No, but
plain
design has design has a lot to do with psychology and perception. There's a lot of science in there, and you've got the law of threes. You've got symmetry. You've got a lot of different ways to design something in a way that feels good. People say a pretty face is usually one that's fairly symmetrical. That same kind of concept. So we might want to just tune things a little bit to that respect.
I'm looking at building a house right now, and I want it to be appealing from the curb.
You want to look at this? Yeah.
Do we have some language in there that if staff does and the developer do not agree, that we can take it to the planning commission for them to make a determination?
No, but to get through this process, they have to go through design review.
Okay.
And so we could write something in the design review section.
That makes sense.
If it's a smaller property, then it would come to you. If it was a larger property, it would go to the planning commission. But we can adjust that in the design review section to say you have the authority on those smaller pieces that you already have authority on. But if you disagree, you can punt it to the planning commission for a full review.
Because in some ways I like that because
Yeah, because we could tell whether it was going to fit or not.
Yeah.
But you could do it just on your own, right? Doesn't
Yeah.
have to always go through us.
right, but
Okay.
there's
On
times
smaller
where
uses.
Oh, on smaller
I may
ones.
not
Okay.
feel like, we're in disagreement, and so I'm like, well, then take it to the planning commission, let them decide. And,
You just want to pass the buck, don't you?
well, sometimes there's more power coming from a planning commission than from the director,
Yeah,
so.
and then it doesn't feel like the applicant, avoid lawsuits.
Yeah.
When they're like,
Well,
you're
and I
just
like
making an
it
arbitrary
because-
decision.
Right.
Yeah,
Especially when it comes to aesthetics, that's
Yeah.
kind of
And
hard.
it's the community making the decision, right?
yeah, exactly, you guys live there.
Charlie, alpine, mountain alpine. Sorry.
Yeah. No, you're good.
Modern alpine.
Modern interpretation of Alpine. What you can't see here is there's a line through it. This one would be, so modern interpretation of Alpine would be deleted. Unless you guys really want,
I kind of like that as a theme because it gives people direction. And then if we put that theme, I think that theme would work well in one of the city centers.
okay. So
I'm not seeing any that I.
would you like to see the,
And here's just
If
the
you have-
modern right here. Is that what you're talking about?
Yep.
And I like that too.
so that one right now is called Mountain Modern, but I asked AI to rename it for me. I think it's like structure forward or structure facing modern or something like that.
Yeah, their name's
That said, how
It's so
comfortable
kinda-
are you guys having each of these design themes right next to each other across the street from each other? Do you want a consistent design theme in a particular node, or would you rather have it open for
I personally like the flow of it being consistent. There's not one of these designs that I dislike, but.
But when you put them all
trying to
together?
think of- Yeah, when I've seen places like, even when you have, and I know this is not popular, but popular opinion, I guess, but when you have rather large homes and all of a sudden there's this little tiny house in that neighborhood, it doesn't feel like it fits well.
Right.
And I feel like it creates some dissonance with that family compared to the other families, right? Whatever.
Yeah.
So I don't even like that as far as size goes. But I feel like a neighborhood should kind of flow together as far as the same basic design. Not the same cookie cutter, same color, but like having somewhat of the same.
Some kind of thing. Okay.
But I say that.
Can I be annoying and just?
Well, hold on. I say that, but then I look at some of these neighborhoods that are popping up and they have modern right there next to the more rustic one. And I'm like,
Some great flavor. Yeah.
It looks fine.
So just so you know, single family residential, none of these apply.
Right.
So we're just looking at multifam and
commercial.
commercial.
So if they're large enough, I think that's where it might look nice to have different chunk styles next to each other. But if they're creating like, hopefully they're just creating large enough chunks that we don't need all four corners of the road the same, but
Will you do me a favor?
chunks.
This might help. So I go to Bozeman once a month, Montana.
Oh, yeah.
Their main street has every one of these on it. through
Do
the
they?
thing. So if you pull up the main street of Montana right now,
And do you
Google
like it?
whatever, it flows. Like some of them is really old, like this, whatever this is. There's a motel that's been there for probably 50 years, but they revamped it to look
So
like
it's
this. I think
a
it's a little
mid-century
thing.
modern style.
Yeah, something.
Okay.
But right across the street looks like 25th Street, like literally. It won't work.
I got logged out, but
What did
what
you
I'll
feel?
what I'll do is I'll go
I
through
think
and
it
I'll look at
flows
those.
good, but and Bozeman is one of the most bougie places there is now, right? And it feels like it all flows together well.
They're required to have an architect, but I'm surprised what architects will
Yeah.
do.
All you gotta do is pay them.
Oh my gosh, they get paid too much.
I would say even if you're looking at Main Street Park City.
I don't think we
everything
need to
they've done.
conform it. I really don't.
So on Main Street, Park City, there is a building or two that really sticks out like a sore thumb.
It looks bad.
And if you go up there, you'll go, oh yeah.
Are
If
they
you're
bad?
specifically looking with this lens, you'll go, oh yeah, he's talking about that building right there. Driggs, Idaho. My grandpa had a farm right there. In fact, the Ridley's in Driggs is right on my grandpa's property. The Main Street, so Ridley, that's obviously a different type of commercial, but their Main Street is kind of the Western style, except for their, I want to say it was their library. And their library, they went with kind of a new urbanism.
Contemporary.
Yeah, contemporary style. And it didn't fit with the theme. But
I think that's-
really, it's a
Well, if they all go to one theme, it has
But
to
that
all
might,
be
that might
very.
be more accurate because Driggs is not developed out yet.
Right.
So it probably would be, but I feel like Bozeman, it's crammed with everything now, right? So
Yeah.
it's like
so that
a little
right
bit change is
there.
okay.
Right.
But probably more represent. You probably represent Driggs more than we would Bozeman.
What do you guys
Outlets
think
right
about?
now?
What do you guys think about the glass building? Is it on the corner of 25th Street? Is that the IRS building? There's a tall.
Fishbowl,
What's that?
Market Star
Market
building?
Star.
Yes.
The
Yeah.
Market Star building, yeah, it's fine.
Does that fit?
Right next to the
Yeah.
Egyptian.
Does
It's
it?
complete. It is. It's completely.
See, I don't like
the
that.
Eccles Center, right?
Did?
The Egyptian.
I mean, it's
is
what I love about
completely
it went to
different.
Highlands. All of those homes, if you drive through Uinta
Oh, yeah.
Highlands, none of them look the same. They were all mostly built by the owners. And they're all very
Okay.
different.
Okay, wide variety. Okay, well, in that case, letting them go together, I think will get you what you're looking for. I look at the Market Star building, I'm like, that just does not go here on historic 25th Street. Yeah, but and not that too new is too bad. Like too new is great in the right context, but
Well, maybe it helps because it's next to that Forest Service building.
Yeah, the federal.
That's the federal building. That's so.
Are they though?
Oh,
Yes.
and the health department is that way now too, right?
yeah.
When you go through New York City, pay attention to the different buildings you go.
We
You're
want a
going
field
like
trip.
next week or the week after, yeah.
Yeah.
And you can tell the federal buildings.
I'll come
There
back.
you go,
I'll come
yeah.
back with pictures.
And it'd be like, oh, I got this awesome.
Can we pick some major cities we should go on field
Yeah,
trips to so
yeah.
you know what we're looking at, Rick, please?
Oh, Vineyard took their planning department to Paris.
Did they?
Wow.
What? That sounds
They did
awesome.
what?
Rick?
Can
that
we-
sounds awesome.
Can we?
If that mayor met her, she's interested.
I'm gonna have to work on my budget.
I think it's the
Justify that
developers that
somehow.
have to do that.
There you go.
She got a lot of
Okay.
flack for that.
Yeah, I bet.
So did you want to also keep in the modern Alpine?
I'm okay.
Keep it all in?
I think
Okay.
that's good.
Keep it all in?
It's nice to have options.
Yeah, I think so too.
I wish we didn't have to
On the
give
option side.
options, but the problem is without any direction at all, we get
Yeah.
garbage.
Well, and I'm
Yes.
glad that we're adding because we are adding from the agrarian, right? Like,
Yes.
And I like that. That's what everybody's was excited about. But now that we're getting a lot of that, I'm like, okay, I'm tired of seeing buildings
Yes.
like a barn.
Yep.
And I'm a farm type, like I like that, but it's just, it's kind of, yeah, but it's like, it's getting to be.
And that was
much.
my primary reason for bringing this to you, because everything out there can't be a barn.
And everything can't have a pretend silo attached to it anymore either. Like,
Right.
We need to move past that. So.
Okay.
Sorry if I hope that.
I'm on board with what you guys are saying. Okay. Then in that case, I will undelete on page 273. I'll undelete the mountain rustic architecture. Might delete. I might call it something different, like a rustic, but undelete.
Yeah, because.
And I don't have any graphics that go along
Rustic
with
is
that.
different, huh, Jed?
Yeah, because I would call that's almost a contemporary.
Yeah.
I could see that.
Oh no, that one is. So that building is
Mountain Rustic is back here.
the modern, the mountain modern.
I was
Mountain
He
rustic.
was the wrong page.
Mountain. Sorry.
He went to a page and then I brought something else up for him. I got him off track.
No.
Is this Mountain
No,
Rustic?
you're on the right page, 273. It's just the
Oh.
building that's right above the title Mountain Rustic is not Mountain Rustic. That's the Mountain Modern.
Oh.
There aren't any buildings. I don't have any images of Mountain Rustic. I basically said Mountain Rustic is Mountain Modern with rust. I mean, not quite, but that's basically the difference.
Okay, yeah, it needs a new name. That doesn't fit what is here.
Okay.
Fine.
I'm going to call it rustic but expensive.
Mountain Rustic. There you go.
Crusty.
Mountain Rustic needs some raccoon skins hanging from it. Something else.
Okay, page 303. Delete the form-based transferable development rights. Done. Okay, 1, 2, skip a few. Now we're on page 316, 317. This is the Ogden Valley Sensitive Lands Overlay Zone. I am very excited to see this one go. There are some things in here that could be valuable if executed the right way. But I talked to the author of this code, and he said that it went through the Ogden Valley Planning Commission with some pretty strict standards, and by the time it got through the county commission, it was watered down so much that it's not very effective, and it's hard to use. For example, they've got ridgeline standards where you cannot build a house where your rooftop is breaking that ridgeline. That's really hard to determine. From where should you stand to figure out?
So above or below, or
yeah, right. Now it does technically give some guidance on how to do that, but it just can. I'm not always a conservative, but in this context, it'd be nice to be able to have a lean and efficient planning department, because we're not getting those two positions back. So the leaner we are, the better off we are for the long run.
Oh, you're not getting those positions back.
Gone.
You don't have to take care of Ogden Valley, so.
Yes, that's exactly the thought. But it'd also be nice to make sure that whatever we're doing out west is very effective and very efficient.
They better be okay with you saying no to Ogden Valley now, too. You're going to bring in revenue. Like, I don't know. Sorry. We won't
Nope.
say that on record. We'll say
No, you're good. Page 324. This is the quote-unquote Ogden Valley Destination Recreation Resort Zone. The only properties zoned to the DRR1 zone, which you can see on the map, is the Snow Basin property and the Powder Mountain property. You have to have a minimum acreage. I think it's a minimum of 1,000 acres to get the DRR1 zone. What I've done is I've just gone through and eliminated the really hard to deal with provisions in the DRR1 zone. I really don't think this is going to affect our resorts now. Both of them have development agreements, but I sent this over to the resorts to give us some feedback. The biggest change that I'm recommending, aside from just removing the word Ogden Valley, is the TDR program built into this. It is unnecessarily complicated, and not because of the complication. It's not easy to administer. It leaves things on the hook for a long period of time that somebody needs to manage and track, and it's unnecessary. So what I did was I took the form-based zones, transferable development rights, and I copied and pasted it into here and deleted out the TDR program that's in the DR1 zone.
And I would just recommend you have aggressively fair impact fees for those areas. Like, keep those impact fees up to date so that they're contributing their true cost to everyone.
So we do have
Sarah?
the Ogden Valley area has a different set of
It
impact
just
fees.
gets passed on to our kids.
No.
If they're buying something.
But not in the resorts. That just gets
Well,
passed to the
that's
next millionaire.
Okay.
No, but if you don't
Billionaire,
charge
no.
adequate
Billionaire,
impact
that's right.
fees, then the taxpayers cover the bill. It doesn't go to our kids, it doesn't go to the homeowner, it's the taxpayer that has to pay it, because we have to.
In those areas, I'll give you
And
that.
and every home we build, if we do not charge a fair impact fee, the city has to improve the infrastructure.
I agree on that too.
So it increases our taxes, and that's what I don't want to see.
So there's a couple things on that point. Number one, now that the Valley Floor is incorporated, there's very little, if anything, in our impact fee facilities plan that we can do anything with.
Yeah.
And so, to your point, updating those to be very specific to the resort areas and the canyon might be pretty easy to do.
Oh, yeah.
But the other side of that, which means that we can do special impact fees for those areas based on their special and unique needs.
This is just how things got California into trouble that they're in.
So to
That
that,
exact talking and Sarah's attitude.
yeah, to both of those.
I lived in California, and that is why I don't want my taxes going up to California. And I'm actually proposing exactly the opposite of what happened in
Well,
California.
then explain that to me.
I will another time. I had to do it to Jill Colford too, and her jaw just dropped. Like, you know what?
But to both of your points, it may be a moot issue because up on, at least on Powder Mountain, we're working with the resort owner to take over the public street that's up there. So, and it's a state highway that gets all the way up there. So their actual impact on the rest of us could be pretty
Isolated.
negligible.
And they're doing their own water and their own sewer.
They've got a water district, sewer district.
Yeah, and so if we
I
don't,
think
if we're not
they
doing
breathe a
the
sigh
roads,
of
then we're
relief
good.
when we
Well,
approve this.
they actually have another district that's
What are they going like, oh,
maintain
hallelujah and amen.
Don't
Oh,
kid.
right, yeah,
Yes.
they have, they're separate to get more service than
Correct.
what Weber County generally offers, so that's good, yeah, they're not.
Which is great because when it snows 14 feet in one year, not this year, but some other year,
Up there, but not here.
yeah, you got to have specialty equipment to get that snow out and
Yeah.
let them take care of that.
Yeah.
Cool. You can see for the next few pages, I copied and pasted in all of the adjustments to TDRs in the DRR1, so you can see the red lines, the blue lines, and yada yada. Okay. What am I looking at? Oh, page 345. This is just more heliport stuff. Heliport, helipad. Just standards for a heliport, a helipad.
345?
345.
It's right before 373.
Oh, yeah,
They're not
okay.
chronological. Not what is word numerical?
They're not in perfect numerical order, but they do
Oh, right.
they do increase.
Okay, yeah. They're in the right order, but they're not one after the other.
Yep. Okay. Page 373. Now we're in the subdivision code. Wait, where are we at? You guys still okay to keep going?
For 10 more minutes.
10 more minutes? Okay. Let's see. This is an interesting phenomenon. Interesting situation. Line 6847. The state code was changed last year to say that, let's see, I got to remember how to, if it's a facility that is required to be public or accessible to the public, the jurisdiction cannot require an HOA to have to pay to manage and maintain it. Now, that has a lot of implications on what we have done in the past and what we will do in the future.
But you can mandate it in a development agreement.
Yes. So that is what I'm on page 373, line 6847. An operation and maintenance agreement shall first be executed in order to do the private street open for general public use. So that'll be essentially that development agreement where it's only allowed if the developer agrees to.
Yeah.
Otherwise, they got to just make it public.
Yeah.
Charlie, can I have you go back to 345 when it talks about helipad?
Mm-hmm.
I thought we were going to leave the first statement that's striked out. I thought we were going to leave it as is for now.
Oh,
Or was maybe I misunderstood the conversation.
I didn't think
I thought we
did
tossed it out.
Because they had the provision to keep it 200 feet from any property, just by giving a buffer, that kind of.
Okay.
But do you have a
I don't know, what
preference?
do you think?
No, that's fine.
Okay.
That's fine.
Alrighty, 373. Look at this. We've already gone through 374 pages. Good job, Jed. That was great.
Smoking.
Let's see. 374, 403. Enforcement and permits required. What am I looking at here? Subdivision processing fees. Okay, line 7884, that whole chapter, completely unnecessary. We've got a county fee schedule in a completely different section. I didn't even know this was here. There's another thing that I didn't know that was here. Next page. Penalty, validity, and repealer. Jed, if you violate the subdivision code, you are going to jail for 90 days.
Where is this at?
Moly.
It's on
It's nothing. You've done longer
Okay.
spends.
line 7905, page
I
404.
can do that
Oh,
sleeping.
Since we're so good at enforcement, we should definitely do that in.
So I had no idea this was in here either. We do have a different enforcement section in a different part of the code that already says what the criminal, potential criminal charges could be.
I don't
for
think
violating.
that's really enforceable.
No, it's unnecessary, right? it's extreme. The best way for us to enforce the subdivision code
They'd
is
all
to
be
not
in
issue
jail.
permits until they've gone through the right process.
Huh, Sarah? They'd all be in jail.
Oh,
Yeah. I think I might be in jail because of this. I mean, it's part of the law right now. You guys can do a citizen's arrest if you want to. Shorten the meeting.
Not you, but there might be some others we'd be tempted for.
Okay, page 408. This is the design review chapter. So if you guys remember, a few years back, we redid the architectural standards chapter with every intention of coming back and stripping the design review chapter. There's a lot of redundancies between the two. So design review, what I'm showing you here is just trying to make it a little bit clearer. Design review, this is a process. Architectural standards, those are standards. Okay, so two different things. That's why you see as many changes as you do here. It's really not adjusting what we do. It's just adjusting how the code flows.
And that
Okay.
goes for a few pages?
Yeah, that's 409, 410, 411, and 12. 413, okay. And then 414, this is the architectural landscape and screening design standards. If you flip over to page 415, this is under the applicability section. When we redid this section, we exempted the M&T, the M1, M2, and the M3 zones from the architectural and design standards. Now that we're looking at an inland port and a lot more progressive activity on the western side, we might want to reconsider not having any design standards for those developments. So it still isn't arduous design standards. You can go
Height-wise and everything?
height is already governed, but it's more like landscape standards. It's more like appearance of buildings.
I agree with that.
Stuff like that. Just so we don't get, like, if the M3 zone was just going to stay the M3 zone and not be like a commerce center, I'd say great, have as many rusty silos as you want to have. But where in long term that's supposed to be a business job center, let's get something a little nicer. And it seems like, from what I've heard, the county commissioners are on board with that. Does that sound right? Okay. Okay, minimum landscape. So 416, just some minor adjustments. I've got one policy change on 417. When we're talking about mulch, I noticed that we didn't say how deep your mulch needs to be.
Oh, yeah.
4 inches of mulch is probably the minimum you should have to make sure that you're not getting...
Wind doesn't blow away.
So you don't
Yeah, and
have
you're not
a
getting
barrier?
crud. Yeah, that's right. Okay. 419, still in design review. In the Ogden Valley, apparently not in the Western Weaver, but only in the Ogden Valley, evergreen plant materials shall be incorporated into the landscape to provide some year-round structure and enhanced screening and buffering. It doesn't say how much. So I'm kind of thinking maybe we should have that for Western Weaver as well, just to make sure we get some green through the winter. But do you guys care?
I'm wondering how well that's going to do out in the clay soils.
That's what I was gonna
though.
say, they-
Evergreens don't do that great.
Yeah.
They're even harder you in Highlands. I mean, we've been losing a lot of ours. I want them there, and we're trying to keep them, but evergreens are surprisingly
Okay.
difficult.
I thought you guys
That
would be
might
all
be a
rock
problem.
and gravel.
Okay.
I did.
Okay, now in your minds, imagine that paragraph is gone.
No,
I
we've got a
like
lot
your
of
thought
water.
process, but I'm just...
So
No,
that
good,
goes
good. I'm
clay
glad you had that
layer.
observation.
Yes, yeah.
Okay. Page 419 down on line 8453, pathway dedication. We've done a lot of work on our ordinances regarding pathways, so this provision is no longer needed. We've got it elsewhere in our code. All right, moving on. 422, 421, 22, 23, 24. That's the end of design review. Hey, you guys are going to love this one. Page 425. And about, I think, of 13 or 14 pages that follow.
Subdivisions coming.
See you later, cluster subdivisions. Now, one thing that you will notice in the bigger version of this, the full version of this, is I went into every residential zone or zone that allows residences and put a caveat in the site development standards, the setback standards that say if it's in a previously approved cluster subdivision, the setbacks are different because this cluster subdivision code actually has different standards. So just to make sure we don't get any weird non-conforming issues in the future. Okay. Page 456, measuring setbacks.
Is that just because of the issues in Ogden Valley with the drawing of?
No, so this one's a little bit different. So what we have right now, or what we are trying to have, is we want to make sure setbacks are measured from whatever the designated future public right-of-way width is, not today's public right-of-way width.
Oh, yeah.
So if we've got a 66-foot wide road, but we know that it's planned to be a 120-foot wide road, we need to get those buildings pushed back so we're buying land in the future to expand, we're not buying buildings. So that's essentially
a good one.
That's essentially what this does. It's a little bit of a policy change. We have been trying to push in this direction, but I noticed it was very inconsistent throughout the rest of the code. So this makes it definitive.
So it's
From here
measured from
forward.
the future right of way.
Measured from either the front lot line or the future right of way, whichever is further or closer to the building.
However big the easement is.
Yep. That's what it's intended to say.
Why
at
would you
least.
want your building tore down anyway? So you want to do it right the first time.
Yes, agreed. And on 2550, we're looking at buildings where the new right of way is right outside their porch. So, and that's an 80-foot right of way. 2550 is actually designated in the future for 100-foot, and we can't get 100 feet because we would have had to take a couple houses. Okay, next page. Page 456. Okay, so right now, stream corridor. So the Ogden Valley Sensitive Lands Ordinance does have something that is pretty useful: setback from streams. What I'm suggesting we do is we just apply the same standard that we're applying out west. But just add the Ogden River to the list. So we've got the corridor setback from Weber River. We're adding any branch on line 9990, any branch of the Ogden River, and then also making sure it's very clear on line 10,003 that unless otherwise governed by a development agreement. So you can still make adjustments to that 300-foot buffer.
This one?
Just like we did with our two large.
I didn't think we passed 300 foot though, because in this one down here, we didn't go 100 the whole way, or 300 the whole way through.
So that's what line 10,003 is for.
With the development agreement?
Yeah, so the code was changed.
10,003?
Yeah, the 10,003, yeah. The code was changed to 300, but we are allowing, with development agreements, them to go closer.
So what's the logic for eliminating the stream alteration permits?
It doesn't mean anything. It doesn't actually do anything to this code. It kind of makes it seem like you don't have to adhere to the setback if you go get a stream alteration permit. You might get a stream alteration permit for a wide variety of reasons.
So you'd already, if you change the course of the river, then the setback just applies to the new altered course.
Yep.
And you just have permission in a different way, but we don't need to say.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
I'm following.
Chad Meyerhofer brought this up and he was giggling a little bit about it. He's like, well, I'm going to build right next to the river because I'm going to get a stream alteration permit that says I can. My stream alteration permit might not say anything about this, but you don't. It doesn't work. It's not functional.
I didn't think so.
That's why he was laughing
If you
about
could
it.
prove it was in a different spot, see,
No,
100 years ago?
I think the intention of it being written in there is someone didn't want to restrict the ability for someone to get a stream alteration permit because of the setback standards. I think they still wanted to allow that. When we went and we adjusted this a couple of years ago, we wrote in, it used to say roads can't be anywhere within that corridor unless you have a stream alteration permit for that road. What we wrote instead is, as long as it's a road that crosses the corridor, doesn't run parallel to the corridor, it's fine. And because we wrote that in, now you don't have to have a stream alteration permit to cross the river. So, just trying to make it a
Clear as mud.
little easier to deal with. Yes. You don't have to go pull a permit from a state agency that has zero control or authority over your driveway. Okay. Page 512. This comes out of our hillside development code. Our hillside development code basically says if you're on a slope that is greater than 25%, you either need to provide a lot area that is a certain, a buildable area that is a certain size, or you have to provide a lot that is bigger than the minimum requirement of the zone. We haven't had to apply this to anything in a really long time in Western Weaver. It really was an Ogden Valley thing.
It might apply to, people are trying to develop some crazy stuff. I'm trying to think how, but sometimes this stops people from going to engineers, you know, on things that just aren't buildable.
So that, a good thing, is that a good thing or a bad thing?
A good thing, telling them, you just can't do this, so don't do it. But
Yeah. So telling them
to
that,
go to an engineer to try to.
well, yeah, they have this piece of land that's like this, and I wish I had more faith in the civil engineers in our area, but then the civil engineers in the area don't look at the code that tells them they can't do this.
right?
And then they design some
something
ridiculous thing and tell them, oh yeah, you can build this property. And when you're talking about just flipping it, they design it to pawn off on someone else, when in reality, engineering in theory it works, but it would.
Then they end up on the news because their house is coming into two
Yeah, I don't
pieces.
know. So
We've seen it a lot, right?
Yeah,
Mountain
we've seen
Green,
it a few
Sandy,
times.
Draper.
because the
So-
civil engineers unfortunately are just working for landowners and seem to just say, oh yeah, that's fine. I
So
wish we revoked more licenses.
if you look at the context or the actual square footage that's listed in here, if you're on a slope that is up to 25%, you have to have a minimum 5,000 square feet. 25 to 30%, 6,500. 31 to 35, yada yada, all the way to 41 and over, 41% and over to 12,500. We don't have any zones except for maybe our R3 and R2 zones that would be applicable to.
Oh, true. So it doesn't really.
So I don't think it's even useful. I mean, we've got a little bit of R2 in the Uinta Highlands, but not, I don't think on slopes that.
Well, maybe there's a different section I'm thinking of that just like you have to, I can't remember, I should know this, but you have to get a different permit to build, or you have to do a slope stability analysis. So we're not getting rid of that.
No. So the hillside code still says slope stability analysis if you're on these kind of slopes.
Okay.
And we still are keeping the geologic hazards code, which will also require some pretty substantial science. Still doesn't mean you're not going to find a engineer that will sign off on crap work, but
I was gonna say, even if it comes to that though, then that's really beyond the county, right? That's the engineer's problem with that landowner.
until it gets to the news, then it's always the county's fault. But anyway, it's.
That's why we pay Rick. To deal with the publicity of it.
Okay, I get it. I just,
Fall off the edge.
Yes, edge homes falling off the edge. That's actually, I never put the two together.
okay, I didn't realize this even existed. I'm referring to something totally different.
Okay, good. I'm glad we're on the same page. What that section was used for a lot in the Ogden Valley, at least in some of their higher density areas, was to to put a false limit on density, just with the bigger lot sizes.
Well, when they wanted to load really steep slopes with townhomes and stuff, which I guess you could do, but they would put more money into them and stabilize them.
Yes.
Like San Francisco
It
style.
worked for Powder Mountain, right?
Yeah, go up there now. Yeah, you're gonna
Well,
see
there's
some
some
pretty
that
big
fall,
walls
right?
up there. Yeah.
Even the little tiny home that looks like a keg is having issues, right?
Oh, you're right. Yep.
Critical.
Okay, outdoor lighting. We've talked about this pretty extensively in the past. It seemed like the Planning Commission was pretty much on the same page, with one or two exceptions. I'm working those things out. Does anybody want to talk about outdoor lighting?
I think you know where we stand. You know where, I think we've had plenty of conversations.
Okay, all of the strikeouts and underlines that you'll see in there is just to make it more germane to Western Weaver. And I've also tamed it a little bit for Western Weaver so that it's not as strict as the Ogden Valley. Actually, one question that I have for you guys, as far as lighting goes. Oh, I do have it in. So page 526, line 11,552. Jeez. In the Ogden Valley, there was a time limit, a 10-year time limit in which non-conforming lights had to be replaced. We kind of giggled when it went in because we didn't know how we were going to force anyone to do that other than just the heavy fines, which would take a huge enforcement effort. For Western Weaver, we don't have enough of the challenges that the Ogden Valley had to make that a thing. If it exists today, let it exist today. The next paragraphs down, lighting replacement, building exterior modification, those kind of outline when lighting devices on the exterior of a building, including a home, would need to be replaced. Just during routine maintenance, when you're when you're changing your light sources, or when you're remodeling the front of the building or whatever. So finding logical moments to change those out, as opposed to saying 10 years from now, thou shalt change all your lights out. Is that okay, or would you rather see a 10-year?
I agree. They're going to be replacing them anyways because nothing lasts that long anymore. So
No.
and you're not going to have the options to go back to what you used to have. And you're probably not going to want it.
Well, the properties we have right now, it probably doesn't matter. It's going to be more critical as the homes get closer together.
Yeah, that's my thought too.
I've got lights in my backyard now. Now these are
Oh, yeah,
different.
you want them.
These are different than the lights that I talked about before. So I got them on both sides of the street. And at night when we bail that field, we don't have to have the lights on the tractor.
That's right. You've talked
Serious
spotlights.
question, is it just from the Christmas lights? Or
That's
is it the other-
treasures. That's treasures.
Oh,
Just the museum right there.
Because those three houses that have their Christmas lights on all the time too, I just wondered how much that affected that.
The ones to the west. This is the one that faces north, and the backyard's in the south. So the lights for the pool.
Yeah.
Seriously,
Right.
you can see in that backyard better without the lights on the tractor than with the lights on the tractor.
Andrew, how do
It's
you treat your
unbelievable.
neighbors? I'm
You know,
wondering how you
and
treat
so
your
it-
neighbors
it-
for them to do that to you.
At what point in time do you say this isn't that big of a deal?
So-
the reason I say that is because
Well, I wouldn't do it to my neighbors. I wonder why they're doing that to
Yeah,
you.
we're to the point where it's like you're saying, how close is too close? I mean, this house is a long way away from me.
And it's still too
But
bright.
we had to put in the blackout curtains in our bedroom because of the lights on that backyard.
I forget, our neighbor across the street has their Christmas lights set to burn your eyeballs bright red.
I love that setting.
You know? You know what I'm talking, and like,
Those are the Christmas lights
and their
that I
house
buy.
is white. It's a brand new house. It's white with the brightest white, and then they light the thing like the temple. And it's a little too bright. So it's temple plus Christmas lights. And I'm like,
Actually,
oh.
that's an interesting observation. Temple. So I don't know if you guys read about what was going on in Wasatch County.
Yeah.
We're probably going to be faced with that. The church will probably come ask us for a waiver from this at some
I
point in
didn't
the
hear
future.
about it.
But
Just they have too many lights.
the temple that was going up in Wasatch County, it's in the unincorporated area, or maybe it is in Heber proper, but there is a dark sky regulation, and I think it's downward directed, and there's a maximum number of lumens and all that, and they couldn't light up the temple the way that they do most temples. And so there was a pretty big hearts and minds campaign to try and get people to change their minds, and I think the elected officials did ultimately change their minds, even though there's
To
a lot
allow
of to allow it, but there's a lot of Facebook pages with a lot of anxiety and
Well,
animosity.
They allowed it to begin with, and the residents,
Was it a referendum or
the
something?
referendum was the residents. The elected officials didn't have a problem with it. It was the residents that went
That's what
out
happened in
against
Vegas
it.
too, right? I mean, their copper roof that they had there had to be removed because it was too shiny for the neighborhood that it was in.
Oh, interesting.
Vegas, all funny place.
Yeah, right. Too shiny.
Right.
Look at all that glare.
Yeah, that was a very good point.
Okay, we'll keep it in.
Yeah, have an expiration so that, yeah, at some
Because
point we have
I've
some
been
leverage.
on the verge of asking Iris to come out and have a look at it. It's that bad. I mean, seriously,
I get it.
It's
No,
that
I'm just-
bad.
I've got a 22 if you want to borrow it.
When you're out at night, you know, and you want to hunt mosquitoes or something, drop by and
Will the mosquitoes be facing in the direction of the light?
Right in Andrew's window.
you go, no, shoot toward the light.
Okay, we'll keep it in there. I'm glad I asked that question. Okay, next page, 551, unless you guys are done.
gonna wait till you get to the very last.
We're close to being done. I'm impressed we got through as much as we did.
Let's just get it done.
Keep going? Okay. This is accessory dwelling units in the Ogden Valley. Detached accessory dwelling unit had to either have twice the acreage, twice the minimum acreage, or a TDR. Just delete. No need. Okay. 586 signage. So the Western Weber sign code is woefully lacking. I mean, we allow billboards, all kinds of crazy signs. The Ogden Valley sign code has been refined because they've got commercial areas up there. Not super well refined. It still needs help, but it's way better than what is in Western Weber. Rick and I were just chatting the other day. If we get some commercial uses in some of these areas out west without a decent sign code, those signs will be there forever. Signs are one of the hardest things to get replaced. Is it Jimmy's Donuts or whatever? Is there even a Jimmy's Donut shop?
Nope, but there's a sign.
But as long as they keep the sign there without modifying it, it stays a non-conforming allowable sign that the city either has to buy, pay fair market value, or allow to stay. And that's why you leave those kind of signs up.
I was mentioning to Charlie up in Park City at Kimball's Junction, there's a huge McDonald's sign there, and they're grandfathered in, but we revised the sign code shortly after that, so everything else is in compliance, but that sticks out quite a bit.
Got maximum marketability.
Do you know how tall it is?
It tickles the clouds, but that's not enough.
60 feet?
I would probably say it's about 40.
40? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, and it's on top of a hill, right? On top of a hill, on top of an
See, I think
overpass.
it's more than that.
It could be.
Okay. In the sign code, so just suggesting we delete the Western Weaver code and we just change the Ogden Valley sign code to be the Weaver County sign code. In doing so, I am also suggesting we soften things a little bit from what the Ogden Valley had.
I was gonna say, because there's some specifics that we were concerned with before, like with neon and like all these little fine details that.
Yeah, very much so.
Yes. So something that I still haven't done all the way that I'm going to do in this code is make sure that things like neon, or basically in order to comply with the lighting ordinance, if we require strict compliance, no artificial light source, direct artificial light source can be visible, and that includes light that it's transferring through a surface. So an internal illumination, all that. It's probably a little bit more than we need. So we're going to scale that back and still allow some. Maybe it's going to be like a percentage of sign area or something
To
like
be
that.
determined.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say, did they have something with like the moving sign or the letters moving too, or
So
something?
yeah, so we actually Sarah and I were working on this together, and we added in animated signs, or actually it's change copy sign is allowed. Change copy, it's where you got the magnetic thing and you're putting the letters in. That's manual, but automatic change copy would be the electronic version of it. So allowing that, exempting that from lighting standards, so it would just be completely exempt as long as it's no brighter than 0.2 candle feet over ambient light. So they'd have to have a photo sensor in there so it doesn't get too bright. Yep. It's got to be off at the close of business, and after a certain time of night, to be determined. If we were thinking maybe like 10 o'clock, instead of having a rotating message or animation or anything, it would just be a still image, so you don't get the flicker effect on the neighbors. So, and then also we're talking about transition. So they've got to be still images, and they can't rotate more than 5 seconds at a time. So
6 seconds.
6 seconds?
6 seconds.
I think I wrote
You
5.
wrote 6.
Did I? 6?
I think so.
Okay. I'll check.
It's just a standard.
Let's just go.
Yeah.
It's just a typical standard, the 6 seconds, because any more than that, then it starts to become a nuisance.
Yeah. Yeah, especially
It's
for
just something they've started.
especially for drivers.
I saw Kramer with the chicken sign, right? Like Kenny Rogers, like it's a problem.
Yeah, so signs off when they're closed or after 10
You seen
p.m.
that one?
You
seen that?
If they're open past 10 p.m.,
Too young for
just
those.
a darker still sign so that people know they're open, but it's not a big nuisance.
Yeah. So the internally, I want to say eternally, internally illuminated cabinet signs, that's a white sign face with letters on it, that probably wouldn't be allowed, but a black sign face that doesn't allow light to transpire through it, but with letters that have the light that can that transpire through it, that would be. So we have to figure out exactly what surface area we're comfortable with being
I'd have to
illuminated.
figure out what you just said, but go on.
But it's always just at
I'll get you
night,
pictures.
if you have a digital sign, have a digital black background and just your, instead of having like a white digital sign like you would have during the day, just have a black digital sign with just your
Raised
logo
letters.
Or letters, or yeah.
just your letters lit, just to limit the nighttime. So you can still see it, but not disrupt everybody as much as a nuisance in your backyard.
Okay, couple other changes. Page 605, non-conforming signs. In the Ogden Valley, we were trying to get non-conforming signs phased out. I do not think we're going to have that problem in Western Weaver. So, deleting that.
Yeah, we don't have any signs yet, right?
Nope.
Oh.
We've got a couple that may be illegal signs,
Well.
but
Developer signs.
yeah.
Problems with
Did
them.
she say anything about getting rid of billboards?
Yeah, so the Ogden Valley sign code does not allow billboards at all.
And there's 12 of them,
I'm
and
okay
5
with that.
feet on the shoulder.
Is it?
Yeah.
You can't see.
Uh-huh.
Are you guys okay that there are no billboards allowed in Western Weaver County?
No billboards?
I just
Zero?
don't
I
find
don't
them to
know.
be.
They use them right now. I mean, they're using billboards. They're on, I mean, that's what the Green Acres thing uses.
Oh.
That's what Nielsen Homes uses.
So that wouldn't be a billboard. That would be a
temporary
He's talking
billboard, I
like
guess.
the
You're saying like
freeway,
a
like
real
The freeway
billboard.
billboard
Freeway.
that line the freeway, those type of things.
billboard has a specific definition in state code, and it is the big ones that.
You know, well, why don't we address that if we get an application?
That's kind of what I think. Right now, the Western Weaver sign code allows billboards, believe it or not. The Ogden Valley doesn't, so if we just make the Ogden Valley the Weaver County sign code, when somebody comes in and wants a billboard, they're going to have to ask. And you guys will have legislative, and the county commission will have legislative
So
authority.
you could
to
get a
adjust it.
billboard anywhere you want it out there right now?
Sweet.
As far as I believe so, as far as I read the Western Weaver
Don't
code.
tell that to Saunders.
Or Yesco, right?
Yeah, well, and right
So
now,
we gotta
there's
start
no
our own.
freeway out there. Once
Hey, once we
Get them,
Okay.
because they're value, you get them on $8,000 a month out.
And
There's-
then think of what they look like on the
Initial
bottom,
estimate.
the real estate on the
At least
bottom.
piece, at least the piece.
Nobody takes care of it.
Yeah, they're not maintained, they're usually just like a rundown heap.
But if we do want, if somebody comes in and it's a billboard that we're comfortable having, we can just go through a development agreement process. So,
But if it's allowed, then we
I don't
can't say
see
no.
anything.
then we can't say
I
no.
don't like that.
Yep.
For a long time, so it's like, yeah, let's just deal with that later.
Okay. What do we got?
Behind Andrew's house.
Might as
If
well.
we had one out there with those lights, Andrew, they'd be able to see the sign all day and all
We're
night.
trying to get.
That'd be worse, huh? It can be worse.
Not that I care that much about dark skies.
Sorry, Charlie, we're.
Nope, you guys are good. So we're actually literally just about done. In the Ogden Valley, the maximum height of a monument sign is
607?
I'm on 608. Actually, I might be on 607. Actually, I think it's.
It's
I think
606.
I think it's 606, which isn't in here.
Yeah, it
It
is.
is.
Oh, there it is. Okay, sorry. Oh, there we go. So, line 13,365. You guys read a lot today. So in the Ogden Valley, a monument sign is limited to 8 feet. We're suggesting let that go to 10 feet. Wouldn't be too big of a deal. Any concerns with that?
I just want it high enough that you can see it over, like if you have 2 lanes of traffic, I want the sign high enough that you can actually see it. So
Over
you
the
know
car
where
next to
you're
you.
going, over the parked cars or the car next to you.
Yeah.
I guess you probably could it. Well, no, at
Are
the
you
top
talking
of the
about
sign is
point
there.
2, line 13,365, is that what you're talking?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, 65. I said nope, 66.
So the bottom of the sign is 10 feet.
No, the top of the sign.
top of the sign.
The height of the sign can be, and you're allowed to build it on a berm of up to, a mounted berm of up to 2 feet, so technically you could be 12 feet in the sky.
Okay.
Which, really not too big of a deal, I mean, probably the height of this,
A little lower than this
Yeah.
one.
yeah. So not too big of a deal. The Ogden Valley, they kind of want to do, they were a little more resort oriented, so they wanted it smaller and wider. But at Western Weaver, I don't think we need that. On line 13,375. By conditional use permit, you could do something weird. I can't really tell. But what I am suggesting is that we change that from conditional use permit to just requiring a design review. So basically, a commercial or manufacturing development of multiple lots that have no frontage along a collector or arterial street, but are within 600 feet of a collector or arterial street, will be allowed one entrance ground sign meeting the requirements of this chapter at the location where the development accesses or the access intersects with the collector or arterial street. So basically, if you've got a shopping complex and your shopping complex doesn't actually have direct frontage on a highway, it's set back for a little ways for whatever reason, you could still put a sign out there on the highway that directs people to your business. Yep. Right now it requires a conditional use permit. I'm suggesting we don't require a conditional use permit. There's no objective standards that are listed, so.
They'd have to get the land.
Yeah, they have to get the
They'd
land.
have to get the land, and the
and then-
other owners would probably be a combined monument
Yep.
for everything in the complex.
Yep, exactly.
Charlie, within this section, is this the same section that would cover like temporary signs?
This chapter, yes, covers temporary signs. I don't
Is
have.
that something we're going to be going over?
I don't have any changes proposed. Do you want to go over it?
I'm not sure what it was, and I was talking to Iris today about it, and she wasn't sure how to interpret either. That's when she yelled your name and said we need to write some code. There's just an overabundance of developer signs right now to where
Oh, they're
literally 15, and they're on the shoulder, and there's 15 of them. In
They're
a
not
row
allowed.
Within 5 feet of
No.
each other.
And you know what? I've been getting complaints about those.
Me too. That's why I brought it up. Yeah.
They are
Yeah.
off. They are off-premise signs, and off-premise
They're not
signs
supposed
are
to be allowed.
So can we just go
explicitly not
collect
allowed.
them?
There's
Well, Iris is on it, but she wanted to verify
You
the
should
code
be
to
able
make
to
sure.
collect them. I mean, UDOT, if you go put a real estate sign of any shape, form on a UDOT right away like that, like on their, they will take that thing and throw it away. They do not care.
If it's in the right of way, yes, we could collect them. I think a lot of them
I
are
would just say
not
that
in the
Jared
right of
should
way.
just go with a plow and just
I
slide
mean-
over a little bit and just watch them.
They're just.
Can we get a farmer with a
No,
big
these are right
implement
on
to
the
just
shoulder.
drive down and
Yeah.
knock them down?
I mean, or you like West Haven City, West Haven won't let, like how we all have those all, like West Haven doesn't let you do any of that stuff. They take them.
There's
Yeah.
tons of them.
Yeah, the only things we don't get involved with is political signs. We-
Yeah, and that makes sense because that's a temporary thing.
Right, because they're
usually.
only up for a short amount of time, but like the,
Always a bonus.
like for instance, I mean, well, you guys have driven out there, and those ones at Scott Lindsay's
They're all
that
over.
counties
Yeah.
had made up, I mean, they're great signs, right? But they block what you're trying to, when you're trying to pull
Yeah.
out.
Yeah.
There's a lot.
So they're already illegal. So I'll
We-
chat with Iris
We
about
do
it.
enforcement on those, more up in the Ogden Valley than we have out west.
Iris did mention that she's gotten some complaints and has already and noticed them herself, so she was going to start working on it. But
If we don't nip it in the bud now, it's just going to get worse. And I don't know if you noticed, but I mean, we've been developing out there for a little while. But as soon as one developer put one up, all of a sudden
Yeah,
everybody
that's
else.
what
There's like 20 now.
And now it's like one developer has 20 right in a row. They're like,
And then if you miss them 5 miles down the road, they
Yeah.
gotta say, going back that way too.
But I think the question that Iris had that we needed to look at was if it was a directional sign, even though it can't be on the shoulder, but some of them, it sounded, the way she was reading it sounded like as long as they have an arrow pointing to where they need to go. So if they don't have that, I think we should change that.
So that is being changed in my proposal
Okay.
as an administrative edit. Directional signage is supposed to be government-owned directional
Okay.
signage. So this, we're talking about the UDOT signs or wayfinding signage, something like
Okay.
that. That is not intended to be private.
By them
directional
saying,
signage.
oh, you go this way to find my, okay.
Yep.
Oh, people that have random signs to find.
Well, that's what we were worried, when I was talking to Iris, we were worried about, because I mentioned that it had to be directional. So the only thing they could do is just go and throw an arrow on whatever sign you have, right?
Yeah, but
So,
that was-
yeah. And honestly, I don't care about the ones that are off in somebody's pasture off the side road. It's the ones that are all on the
Just
shoulder.
where you can't see.
Yeah, and you can't see around those corners when you're at a four-way stop.
Yeah,
or-
if they
or
talk to a
two-way
landowner
stop.
and moved it onto their property, so it's not, yeah, for sure.
Okay, page 612. The green highlighting.
And I don't think Irish should just go remove them. I think we should get some revenue out of it.
Oh, you mean
Fine.
like
Revenue.
fines?
Let's find them.
Fines, yeah. It's gotten out of control.
Getting
That's in my
revenue,
yard, I can get a fine.
getting revenue out of code enforcement is so hard.
I'm sure.
Put jail time on there too.
There you go.
90 days, Class C
Do it.
misdemeanor. Okay, this green highlighting, there's a couple of things that I just wanted to bring to your attention. Number one, it's not needed. Just having this business sign, quote unquote business sign, it's not needed because the same sign types are allowed otherwise as a different sign type. But also, the way that the Supreme Court is protecting free speech when it comes to signage. And this is primarily applicable to non-commercial signage. They have hedged a little bit in the commercial signage area, but they've also mentioned that we can regulate commercial signage by reading it. But basically what they've said is if you have to read the sign, if you have to look at the sign to determine what kind of sign it is, that's an infringement on free speech. Now, when it comes to commercial signs, that is a little bit different, so we still potentially can govern based off of what it says, but like a sign that says open or closed. If we say you cannot have an open and closed sign on your private property for whatever reason, and it's not tied to a business, then you could sue us and tell us we're violating your right to free speech. So the way that you govern signs, instead of reading the sign to determine what it is the sign in this location? Is it an entry sign? Entry sign doesn't mean enter or exit. It might say Coca-Cola, but it's right at the entrance of your facility. So most people aren't going to put a little Coca-Cola sign at the entrance. They're going to use that to say enter or exit, right? So I just wanted to bring that to your attention. Some of the adjustments in the sign code speak to the freedom of speech concern. Again, just trying to not get too close to skirting the line. Okay, I think what do we got? 614, page 614, line 1362. This is the change copy signs. We already talked about that. This is the proposal. Right now, change copy is only allowed in the Ogden Valley for theaters, auditoriums, and performing arts facilities, convention facilities, gas stations, grocery stores, and public or private charter schools.
We got a bunch of those up there.
The change that we're suggesting would allow any business to have a change copy sign. They just need to follow the lighting standards. Hey, look, next page, 616. Here's your temporary signs. And I'm not showing any changes. Okay, 620, line 13,690. That's just the illumination standards, just putting a little bit of clarification. Unless we say otherwise, these are the illumination standards. I'll probably need to get in there and make some adjustments based off of our conversation, but other than that, boom. That was 580 pages of code. Good job, everyone.
There's your examples that Charlie was trying to explain to you.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh, I got you.
So, and those examples will also be adjusted. So like the Barneys, look at the Barneys. That is backlit. So the light is reflecting off of the building. In the Ogden Valley, where you could see the light coming through the red, that would not be allowed. But we're adjusting it so that it would be allowed in Western Weaver. So basically, the only thing that you could do in the Ogden Valley if you want backlight is halo lit. Yep. Thank you, guys, for sticking with it. Next meeting, hopefully, I will have this on for a public hearing. Great.
Thanks, Charlie.
You're welcome. Oh,
Next week we have the field trip,
Yes.
and then after the field trip, what's happening?
We do have the planning commission dinner on the 17th.
Okay, but field trip, but we're only doing the field trip? We don't
Only
have
the field
anything
trip,
else?
Nothing
Okay.
in the night.
Okay. Okay.
You want something else?
Well, no, I was just making sure.
We
like,
could
I-
we could read in the van on the way out.
That's why we tried to do this stuff
Yeah.
in this meeting so that we didn't have any other meetings.
Okay, that's fair. I just was making sure we don't have something
We just
else.
want to be respectful of your guys' time, and then the next meeting would be the 3rd March.
And that's when some of these from today might show up on the agenda.
The 17th is the dinner, and then the 3rd, we're having an early meeting with the commissioner, starting early.
4 o'clock.
Earlier with the commissioner.
Yeah, so at 4 o'clock. Okay.
Yep, 4 to 5.
But we're sending texts and emails and invites and all the things.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Carrier pigeons?
Carriers.
Smoke signals.
Won't see the smoke signal.
Agrarian
I
character.
could still read those.
Yes, agree.
Quick,
I asked Jolly to start, we have a little bit of a conflict on the night of the dinner because we have a water district
Right, we
meeting.
have a meeting.
But I asked Jolly if we could start that early, so hopefully we can.
I got a
Does that pay more than this committee?
Yes, it does. As a matter of
Holy
fact.
smokes.
We didn't get any food, but I did get paid.
got a
Brent
quick
did come out of the room with snacks, but.
quick guidance question from you guys. This is just the excerpts that I thought was important, or to give you guys direction or an example of what's happening. I'm going to have a really hard time getting you guys 580 pages in a printed packet. Are you guys comfortable with your printed packet being still something similar to this?
I
And then
am.
the digital packet will be available for all the pages?
Yeah, I think that's perfect.
Good.
Digital's fine for me.
Yeah, I don't even need the abbreviated one. Just do a digital full
Yeah.
version and maybe an outline of which pages
I
you want
trust
to look
you,
at.
Charlie.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I think
that's-
it's an outline of
that's good, too.
changes.
Okay. Bullet points on a memo or something?
Yeah, you should see the stack of paper I have. We're gonna have a bonfire one day.
What are your full closets?
Well, you had enough.
I might need them again, yeah. I want to know how to find what I was looking for, but there.
Any more chocolates for the road?
Okay.
Thanks, Rick. Appreciate it.
Valentine's Day.
Thanks, Rick.
I was gonna say, oh, really? Next week.
That's always counterproductive.
Marta, do you need help with anything?
I got it.
Sure?
Yeah.
Okay.
Schultz is buying all his land now.
Thanks, Charlie.
Thanks, Marty.
Thanks for letting me give you a heads up.
Oh, yeah. Now you know what I've been doing for the last month.
Sorry, I don't want your job.
Thank you.
I gotta be honest
Good
with you,
night.
I sleep.
Well, see, we need people like you that do it.
Every once in a while, however, I'll go home and my eyes are bloodshot. Like I've been looking at a computer screen for so long.
Yeah.
But for the most part, I like it.
You're a trooper, Marta.
Yeah, Marta, thanks for enduring all that.
All right, Wayne.
I shot a big again. That's the last thing I shot.
I did shoot a coyote down there the other day.
I changed his tune a little bit on a possible plan. So we're having a work session on the 23rd to